Chapter 1959. Alright, the questions have been answered. Good luck. Sima Biyun chuckled. But Suyu also smiled. Thank you for telling me. Sima Biyun looked confused, then said, be careful of this person. Having interacted with him before, Sima Biyun was still very wary of him. She had just warned the people of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce when a cloud of pink mist appeared in front of her. A giant hoof emerged from it and slammed into Sima Biyun's face. Bitch! With a soft hum, the little Kailin appeared from the pink mist. It grabbed the formation stone in her hand and ran back into Suyu's arms. Catch it! Sima Biyun's expression changed. Suyu smiled mysteriously. Miss Sima, good luck. Then, the space law swept out, sweeping him and the little Kailin away. The space law was far more powerful than before, so powerful that the 2-3 Crown Emperors could not stop it in time. He hid his strength. Damn it! The three of them were furious and immediately gave chase. But after giving chase, Suyu was nowhere to be seen. Damn it! All our efforts have been in vain. Sima Biyun was furious. She had planned for so long, but in the end, it was all for naught. The formation stone was already in their hands, but in the end, activate the intelligence network of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce and set up a trap to find Suyu. The 2-3 Crown Emperors were also furious. Throughout the day, they mobilized all their spies to find Suyu, including the spies in the moon-worshipping sect. But Suyu seemed to have disappeared from the world. After a fruitless day, the three of them returned to the Wind Cloud Villa, their expressions ugly. Suyu had been tricked once, and he would not be tricked a second time. The formation stone would probably disappear again. How do we explain losing the formation stone to our superiors? That was something the 5-star civilization's branch master personally ordered us to obtain. Now that we've lost it, what should we do? The 2-3 Crown Emperors looked pained. Only Sima Biyun's eyes shone brightly as she thought about all the scenes from Suyu's appearance to his departure. For some reason, she recalled Suyu's mysterious smile before he left, as well as his words of good luck, and felt a sense of foreboding. Based on her understanding of Suyu, he would not say anything without reason. Could it be that when we were plotting against him, he also set a trap for me? Sima Biyun frowned. Beep beep, the 2 Triple Crown Emperors received the message at the same time. They had been receiving messages for the entire day, so they didn't pay too much attention to it. They opened it unhurriedly and received the same message. Moreover, there were only 2 words in the message. Run. The 2 Triple Crown Emperors looked at each other, both seeing the uneasiness in their eyes. The intelligence department of the Chamber of Commerce sent them an urgent message. Sima Biyun craned her neck to take a look, and her expression changed drastically. The unease in her heart instantly turned into a shadow. Let's go. Don't hesitate. Sima Biyun was the first to leave Wind Cloud Villa. She didn't even have time to pack up. The 2-3 Crown Emperors followed closely behind. The 3 of them ran out of Wind Cloud Heights one after the other. All of them were bewildered. DIDI, at this moment, the intelligence agency sent another message. Sima Biyun's body trembled, feeling both fear and anger. 2 hours ago, the moon-worshipping cult, the Dustless Moon Sect, the Green Nether Mansion, the Sealed Sword Pavilion, and the Wind Cloud Villa had spread the same explosive news at the same time. The fake Reverence cult leader silently returned to the Darkstar civilization and secretly met with the Wind Cloud Villa. The second piece of news was that the King of Darkness was actually a fake. The real King of Darkness was in the hands of the fake worshipping moon cult leader. After hearing these 2 pieces of news, the 3 of them were furious. How could the same news suddenly spread without any warning in the territories of the 5 great forces? There was only one explanation. It had been premeditated, and it had been planned at least a month in advance. In other words, Suyu had been plotting against them before he came. His goal was simple, to lure the King of Darkness here. The King of Darkness must have planted his own spies in the 10 great forces. He would know anything that happened. How could the King of Darkness not know about such a large-scale news? Where did he go as soon as he found out? Of course, it was the Wind Cloud Villa. With the King of Darkness ability, it would only take him a moment to reach the Wind Cloud Villa. After he arrived, no one knew what the King of Darkness would do. He would capture them all and interrogate them. The Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce did not have the support of the Sword Alliance Master now. Sima Biyun had controlled the King of Darkness disciple, Lu Wuming. Once the King of Darkness found out, she would not be able to escape death. How could Sima Biyun and the others not be afraid? How could they not be angry? Su Yu. Sima Biyun was furious. She just realized that Su Yu had been guarding against her from the very beginning. Run. The 2-3 Crown Emperors were terrified. They could no longer care about Su Yu and fled immediately. Bang! However, they had not run for long when they were suddenly hit by some kind of great force. Their bodies flew backward. At the same time, a layer of ice quickly formed on their bodies, freezing them. Sima Biyun's beautiful eyes shrank. She looked up, trembling. A man with a head full of blood was standing leisurely above their heads. King of Darkness, Sima Biyun said in horror. Fu Bingyu looked at her indifferently. Where is Su Yu? Sima Biyun said in a trembling voice. He escaped. Fu Bingyu slowly closed his eyes. When he reappeared, he pointed a finger at Sima Biyun's forehead. Sima Biyun let out a miserable groan as she suffered a destructive soul search. Humph. You conspired with Su Yu to activate the Heavenly Star 9 Yin 9 Yang Great Formation to trap me. Oh. Your goal was to find the Formation Stone. The purpose of the Formation Stone is POW. All of a sudden, Sima Biyun's head and soul were blown into ashes. Fu Bingyu's face was sprayed with blood. He wiped away the remaining blood expressionlessly and said indifferently, Was your soul sealed by the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce? Once someone searched someone's soul for a crucial memory, the seal would automatically activate and destroy the soul, preventing the soul from being searched. However, I've got the information I wanted. Fu Bingyu smiled coldly. Su Yu, I couldn't do anything to you when you hid in the extraterrestrial civilization, but you dared to come back. Fine, I'll play with you. Fu Bingyu said coldly. Somewhere. In a mortal city, in a certain restaurant. The dead soul worm was standing respectfully behind a man in a bamboo hat. Prepare for the second step, the man in the bamboo hat said. The voice belonged to Su Yu. Before leaving the moon-worshipping cult, Su Yu had mobilized the power of the moon-worshipping cult and planted a large number of his own people in the 5 great influences of the south. His goal was to spread the news on a large scale. This was just a precaution. If Sima Biyun had fulfilled her promise and activated the formation to kill Fu Bingyu, he wouldn't have needed to spread the news. Unfortunately, Su Yu had not misjudged her. Sima Biyun was not trustworthy. She had hidden herself well, even beyond Su Yu's expectations. Fortunately, he had taken precautions. He believed that Fu Bingyu had already taken care of this woman and the 2 people from the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 1960. Next, the Dark Star civilization caused an earthquake. The King of Darkness personally appeared in the sacred land of the 8 major forces and bestowed upon them a new leader. The leaders were all holy servants from the sacred mountain. Because of this, many forces that were on the verge of falling apart were reunited. In a sense, they were even more united than before. In the past, the King of Darkness had never participated in the fight between the top 10 forces, so their relationship with the King of Darkness was very shallow. Now, they were directly under the King of Darkness. Many of the higher-ups were overjoyed and immediately pledged their loyalty. Hua Hun and Leng Yun even announced their unconditional submission to the King of Darkness. The restriction on the Wind Cloud Villa's Villa Master's mind was removed by the King of Darkness and he regained control of Wind Cloud Villa. What was most shocking was that the only remaining Triple Crown Emperor of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, as the temporary president, publicly announced that he would temporarily listen to the Dark King's orders. The entire organization of the Dark Star civilization was in Fu Bingyu's hands in an instant. On the surface, there were members of the 10 great influences who were searching for Su Yu and his companions. In the dark, there were the forces of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce who were spying for information. At this moment, Su Yu could be said to have the whole world as his enemy. Once he showed himself once, he would never be able to hide again. This was the power of the Dark King. As long as he wanted, the entire Darkstar civilization could become his eyes, helping him find a single person. In a secret chamber that was thousands of feet underground, Su Yu was receiving messages from all over the place. He then said calmly, "This is the wonderful use of influence." In fact, Su Yu had long had the idea of establishing a faction. Whether it was the Xianyun sect in the Zhenlong continent, or the Jojo continent, or the alliance leader in the Starry Sky Celestial Territory, the path that Su Yu had taken had always been the path of building his own influence. However, due to various reasons, not long after he established his force, he hurriedly left for other places and never managed it seriously. After coming to the Great Beginning Realm and feeling the vastness of this world, Su Yu had the intention to establish a force for the first time. With his own power, he could deal with many troublesome matters more effectively. For example, Fu Bingyu had only casually gathered the forces of the Darkstar civilization, and it had created a terrifying force. Therefore, he had more and more plans to establish his own power. He hoped that one day, the force he established could become a huge organization similar to the Ecliptic Palace, the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, and the Nirvana Society. However, that was something that would only happen in the distant future. Time ticked by. Many people were searching for Su Yu above ground, while he remained underground as if nothing had happened. For an entire year, he had been cultivating and cultivating. It was as if he had forgotten to get rid of Fu Bingyu. Currently, his main focus was only the demonic sword technique. After a year of comprehension, he had just reached the threshold of the 7th style. This technique was called Bury the Heavens, and it was one of the 3 strongest sword techniques of the Demon Sword Sovereign. Once it was used, it could cause the heavens and earth to collapse. Without the chain of rules, Su Yu could kill a 3-crown divine warrior in the later stage with a single strike of his sword. The power of this sword technique could not be said to be weak. Apart from cultivating his sword techniques, Su Yu's cultivation had also improved slightly. What he said was true. It was only a trace, and it was almost negligible. It was extremely difficult to improve one's cultivation in the sovereign realm of heaven and earth because there was no longer any gas in the atmosphere that could be converted into desolate force. Normally, sovereigns of heaven and earth would take an extremely long time to absorb the chaos energy bit by bit. It would take thousands of years to successfully advance a level. There were only a few places that could satisfy a martial monarch's rapid cultivation. That was the region of middle-level civilizations and above. There would be special materials there that would be beneficial to the cultivation of kings. Middle-level civilizations referred to 5-star and 6-star civilizations. Therefore, it was urgent to go to a higher-level civilization. After finishing his cultivation, Su Yu muttered to himself for a long time. He flipped his palm, and a dark red box appeared. This box came from the Dao Tai cage, the head of a fallen pathmaster. All the purplish-black liquid in the head had been absorbed by the dark red box, and the word demon had been imprinted on Su Yu's palm. According to the information released by the dark red box, Su Yu could only open the red box if he became a high-level deity. At that time, one of Su Yu's wishes would be fulfilled. A high-level deity was a sovereign. Su Yu had always been concerned about this item, and he had wanted to open it more than once. However, it had been a year since he became a sovereign of heaven and earth, and Su Yu had not opened it for a long time. Because after comprehending the fate law, Su Yu suddenly felt the intense danger hidden within this box. He had a feeling that if he opened it, it would be very, very dangerous. With his current cultivation, it was not the time to open it. Unless his cultivation reached the level of a 5-crown divine warrior, he might be able to try. Su Yu put it away and slowly stood up. A year has passed. My preparations should be more or less complete, right? Su Yu smiled lightly. Fu Bingyu, it's my turn. At the Holy Mountain. Fu Bingyu sat alone on the cold throne, constantly receiving information from all over the place, his face as gloomy as water. A bunch of trash. For a whole year, he had mobilized the entire Darkstar civilization to search for Su Yu, but it was as if he had disappeared from the world. There was no news at all. Continue to search, dig through the Darkstar civilization, and find him for me. Suddenly, a message from the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce came. With a sweep of his soul, the King of Darkness's face hardened, and he immediately flashed to the bottom of the ice valley. There, a huge ice sun continued to emit cold light. It was also a strange object that the King of Darkness trained with all year round. At the moment, inside the ice sun, there was a seal at the level of a 4-crown divine warrior. Even though he had only left for a while, Fu Bingyu still sealed it. It was clear that this object was very important to him. After entering the ice sun, he struck a powerful formation with his palm, and imbued it with the power of desolation. The formation was activated, and he was immediately transported to the Yun Wu Divine Mountain. The news from the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce was that Su Yu had appeared in the northernmost Yun Wu Divine Mountain. Appearing here, Fu Bingyu contacted the local Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. "Where is he?" The intelligence officer of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce shook his head and said, "It's just a rumor. We have verified it." According to eyewitnesses, a silver-haired man who looked like Su Yu bought something, and then disappeared. Silver-haired people were not rare, but silver-haired humans were very rare. Moreover, with the similar appearance, it was very likely that it was Su Yu. Fu Bingyu came to the place where Su Yu had appeared, took a deep breath, and released his powerful soul energy, radiating in all directions. With his powerful scanning power, if Su Yu was here, he would definitely be found. However, after 3 days and 3 nights, almost half of the Yun Wu Divine Mountain was searched by Fu Bingyu, but Su Yu was not found. Could it be fake news? Fu Bingyu was puzzled, and ordered, "I will leave the rest of the search to you, I will come back in 2 days. Sure enough, it was not until 2 days later that Fu Bingyu appeared here to continue the search. However, he found nothing. Did he escape? Fu Bingyu was indignant. Then he returned to the Holy Mountain. Unexpectedly, just as he returned to the Holy Mountain, news of Su Yu's sacrifice came from the faraway moon-worshipping cult in the south. Fu Bingyu was surprised. How far apart was the north and south? Su Yu had the ability to teleport for a short period of time. However, no matter what, Su Yu had appeared, and he had to deal with it personally. 2 days later, Fu Bingyu appeared in the moon-worshipping cult and launched a comprehensive search. After 3 days and 3 nights, he still found nothing. Am I too late? Fu Bingyu was lost in thought, and he returned to the Holy Mountain expressionlessly. After this news, there was silence for several months, and there was no more news of Su Yu. Fu Bingyu could not help but feel vexed. Half a year later, Fu Bingyu suddenly received a message from the Wind Cloud Villa. Su Yu had appeared. He tried to break into the Wind Cloud Villa, but was discovered by Lu Wuming and fled on the spot. Without hesitation, Fu Bingyu immediately teleported to the Wind Cloud Villa. At the same time, at the foot of the Holy Mountain, a small pink Kylin raised its neck and swaggered up the Holy Mountain. At this time, the Holy Mountain was deserted, and there were only 2 or 3 holy servants. The small Kylin isolated itself with the power of nothingness, and the few holy servants could not detect its arrival at all. Stinky Master, Bad Master, you made me toil for half a year all the way to this godforsaken holy mountain. D***MNit. The small Kylin stood at the peak of a mountain and looked around. It suddenly discovered a huge ice sun. Master must be talking about this thing. The small Kylin ran down the valley and stood in front of the ice sun. Master said that the reason Fu Bingyu can teleport to any place in the Darkstar civilization is probably because of some powerful spell formation. As long as the spell formation is destroyed, he cannot return to the Holy Mountain. Without the power of ice of the Holy Mountain, Fu Bingyu, the ice dragon worm, will quickly become weak. The small Kylin squatted in front of the ice sun and said to itself, Master said that this spell formation needs 2 days to be activated. Master said, forget it, who cares what he said? I'll just swallow this ice sun and be done with it. It opened its mouth and sucked in fiercely. A huge power of nothingness enveloped the ice sun. Then, it easily swallowed it. Burp. The small Kylin burped. Its little belly was clearly clapping a lot. What is this? I'm so full. A wave of tiredness washed over it. It shook its head and forced itself to stay awake. I can't sleep. I still can't sleep. It staggered back to the peak and walked toward the sacred hall with a dazed look. However, in the depths of the sacred hall, a spacious ice chair appeared before it. I can't take it anymore. I need to sleep for a while. Just for a while. The small Kylin collapsed on the ice chair and slept soundly. Before long, a golden-robed holy servant arrived at the sacred hall on official business. He suddenly saw a beast sleeping on the Dark King's throne and could not help but shriek, "You're looking to die, you beast." He slammed his palm toward the small Kylin's head. However, before his palm could even touch its body, an invisible sphere 3 meters wide shot out from the surface of the small Kylin's body. The sphere enveloped the holy servant. He did not even have the chance to scream before he was directly turned into a part of the void. A portion of the throne below was also sliced away by the power of nothingness, revealing a smooth hole. At the Wind Cloud Villa, Fu Bingyu was searching for Su Yu. The Wind Cloud Villa and the local Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce cooperated in the search. The power of the entire Wind Cloud Villa was mobilized. All living creatures became their eyes. As long as Su Yu appeared once, he would never be able to escape again. After a day of fruitless search, Fu Bingyu frowned slightly. Could it be that Su Yu disappeared for no reason like the previous 2 times? As a result, amazing news came the next day. Chapter 1961. The martial artist immediately sold the information to the intelligence department of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce and received a generous reward. Hearing the news, Fu Bingyu immediately rushed to the place where Su Yu had appeared. Even after half a day, Su Yu's remaining scent had not dissipated. "It's him." Fu Bingyu was overjoyed. This was the only time he had found traces of Su Yu. "Su Yu, oh Su Yu, you can't escape anymore." Fu Bingyu was excited. He had never wanted to kill a junior so badly. Su Yu was the only one. He released his senses and searched for Su Yu frantically. Half a day passed. Before they could find any news, another piece of good news arrived. Almost at the border of the Wind Cloud Mountain Villa, a martial artist fishing discovered Su Yu lurking under the water. He immediately sold the information to the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce and received a generous reward. Fu Bingyu rushed over. Sure enough, Su Yu's scent was there. "He's getting closer." Fu Bingyu sneered. He believed that he would catch Su Yu in less than a day. More and more news came, and the intervals between each became shorter. The distance between them continued to shrink, and shrink again. Finally, on the night of the 3rd day, within the borders of the Sealed Sword Pavilion, there was a barren land where many ancient swords were buried. Fu Bingyu appeared and swept his gaze across the area. He laughed mockingly. "Ha ha ha. Su Yu, weren't you very powerful in the common people's chess? Why are you hiding now? Come out, I've already seen you." With a flick of his finger, an astonishing desolate force transformed into a perfectly straight beam of light, smashing through an inconspicuous mountain range. The mountain exploded, revealing Su Yu's figure standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Fu Bingyu was surprised. "Oh, you are unharmed. You have many treasures on you." In theory, his attack just now should have caused great harm to Su Yu. "Sort of," Su Yu said calmly. Fu Bingyu's brows furrowed. He felt that something was amiss. It seemed that Su Yu was not afraid of him. "Do you still have something to rely on?" Fu Bingyu asked coldly. Su Yu looked at the sky and shook his head. "I don't have anything to rely on. I'm just confident in my timing." "Opportunity?" Fu Bingyu's eyes flickered as if she realized something. "You mean," Su Yu calmly said, "of course, it is the time when the ice dragon worm will gradually weaken after leaving the ice source for 3 days. Now is the 3-day period. I think you will soon fall into a weakened state." Fu Bingyu's pupils shrank and a stern look appeared on his face. "Who told you that?" He could not help but be shocked. It was one thing for the ice dragon worm's identity to be exposed, but he even knew its weakness. Not everyone knew about this weakness, at least not many people other than the ice dragon insects knew about it. Apart from themselves, there were not many people in the entire Great Beginning Realm who knew this weakness. "It's just a guess," Su Yu replied calmly. Princess Linglong told him that the weakness of the ice dragon worm was that it could not leave the ice source for too long. But how long was too long? She couldn't say for sure, because different ice dragon worms had different weaknesses. "I guess." Fu Bingyu suddenly understood. If that's the case, the Su Yu who appeared the previous 2 times was actually an imposter. Are you trying to find out how many days I have to return to the ice source? Su Yu nodded with a smile. With Fu Bingyu's determination to kill Su Yu, it was impossible for him to return to the holy mountain unless his body's condition had reached its limit. Since he had to return, it meant that there was a serious problem with his body and he had no choice but to return to the ice source to recuperate. Hence, Su Yu deduced that Fu Bingyu's limit was 3 days. After 3 days, he had to return to the ice source to absorb the cold energy. This was also why the few times he met Fu Bingyu, he came and went in a hurry. A hint of panic crept up Fu Bingyu's face. He pretended to be calm and let out a cold laugh. You are too full of yourself. If it's 3 days, then why can I stay in the common people chess for more than a month? Su Yu laughed. Have you forgotten that I am the chess master of the common people chess? My perception of the environment inside is much stronger than yours. I have clearly felt strong waves of cold energy a few times. If I am not wrong, you must have brought the ice source with you, right? Now, you are just leaving the ice source on the holy mountain for the convenience of teleportation. The veins on Fu Bingyu's face twitched like earthworms crawling. So what? Fu Bingyu's murderous intent was incomparably deep. Even if my condition is starting to deteriorate, it is still more than enough to kill you. Die. Fu Bingyu struck out with an incomparably cold chain of rules. The chain was as thick as a calf and contained powerful rules. Su Yu smiled indifferently. Behind him, 6 chain of rules, purple, red, white, green, black, and blue appeared. They entangled with each other, forming a 6-colored chain that was as thick as an arm and as thin as a calf. Fu Bingyu was stunned. 6 chains. You opened all 6 paths and succeeded. He could not believe that there was such a crazy person in the world. Many people who only cultivated one path were unable to open the door of the emperor and ended up failing. Only a few geniuses could cultivate 2 paths at the same time. It was unheard of to cultivate 6 paths at the same time. What was even more peculiar was that while everyone else's chain of rules was pitch black, Su Yu's was actually multicolored. But no matter what, his opponent's cultivation was only at the later stage of the double crown martial emperor. No matter how many rules he had, it would be useless. Die. The rules of both sides collided. As expected, as a middle stage 4-crown martial emperor, he should be able to kill Su Yu with a full blow. But the result was that his opponent's rules were indestructible. The 2 chain of rules collided on the spot and were all bounced back. But Su Yu's bounced back even faster. Su Yu's body shook and was thrown thousands of miles away. The blood in his body was tumbling, and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. If it had been an early stage 4-crown martial emperor like the Sword Alliance master, it might have ended in a draw. But Fu Bingyu's cultivation was too powerful. He had suppressed the former King of Darkness and killed the first-generation master of the Wind Cloud Villa. His combat power was extraordinary. But Su Yu was not in a hurry. The 3-day period was up. He just had to endure it. He retracted the chain and turned to escape. With his current cultivation, he was much faster when using the advanced technique of yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole. In the blink of an eye, he had escaped 10 billion miles away. Fu Bingyu hesitated for a moment, then clenched his teeth and chased after him. 2 hours later, he caught up with Su Yu, but he could not do anything to him. It ended with Su Yu being shaken and fleeing. After chasing for half a day, Fu Bingyu's body gradually dimmed, and his breath showed signs of weakening. He stopped in his tracks and looked at Su Yu, who was unharmed. He did not continue chasing. With Su Yu's strange 6-colored chain, he could not do anything to him. Instead, he gradually fell into a passive situation. Oh, why did you stop chasing? Su Yu said with a faint smile. Fu Bingyu snorted coldly. Su Yu, don't be complacent. You have been exposed, and you can't hide anymore. This time, I was not prepared enough. When I have a good rest, I will have enough time to kill you. When that time comes, I will let you know what despair is. When he finished speaking, he crushed a small ice sun. A gust of cold air enveloped him. In the past, he should have entered the transportation state immediately. But he remained in the same place for a long time. He crushed another sun, but the result was the same. Fu Bingyu was startled, and a very bad feeling arose in his heart. He stared at Su Yu and asked in disbelief, "What did you do to me?" Su Yu said calmly, "I did not do anything to you, but to the ice source you left in the holy mountain." "What? How could you?" Fu Bingyu stopped abruptly. It had been half a year since Su Yu's last two appearances. Half a year was just enough time to cross the grassland that was under the pressure of the holy mountain. Everything was within Su Yu's calculations. After waiting for half a year, his people had arrived at the foot of the holy mountain and deliberately appeared to lure him away from the holy mountain, taking the opportunity to destroy the ice source. But how great was the pressure on the holy mountain? Unless it was the saint servant who was born and raised here, even the three-crowned divine warrior could not reach the holy mountain. How could the people he sent reach the holy mountain? Moreover, the ice source was protected by the seal of the four-crowned divine warrior, and it was a doctrine artifact fairy embryo of the Ice Dragon clan, far more powerful than any divine weapon. How could his people be destroyed? Suddenly, Fu Bingyu gasped. He suddenly remembered that Su Yu had a little purple Kailin as a pet. That pet had nature-defying nothingness ability. With this ability, there was no need for the pressure of the holy mountain, and it could even destroy the whole doctrine artifact fairy embryo. Fu Bingyu's heart sank. Su Yu actually raided his old nest. Fu Bingyu's whole body trembled, not knowing whether it was from anger or fear. At this moment, his breath was clearly weakening, and a touch of fear welled up in his heart. If he rushed back to the holy mountain immediately, there might still be room for redemption. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ready to escape? Su Yu smiled faintly, his eyes locked onto him. Fu Bingyu's heart was filled with hatred, and he shouted, "Su, it's not over yet. I control all the power of the Darkstar civilization, and if I can't kill you, they can." When he finished speaking, he immediately sent out dozens of jade pendants, issuing a kill order for Su Yu. Su Yu was not afraid, and he said lightly, "Do you think I prepared for a year and a half just to cut off your escape route?" What did he mean? Fu Bingyu did not understand. Not long after he sent out the message, hundreds of messages suddenly appeared at the same time. They were all messages from the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, the moon-worshipping cult, the Dustless Moon Clan, and the Green Netherworld Manor, and all of them were saying the same thing. They were besieged by a mysterious force, and the other side had the three-crowned divine warrior, causing them to suffer heavy casualties and retreat. What was more destructive was that they had invited the real King of Darkness. The people of the Three Lands were inspired by the King of Darkness, and many of them took the initiative to surrender. The huge news made Fu Bingyu's heart tremble. Su Yu was going to kill him. Su Yu! Fu Bingyu roared, turned around, and rushed to the battlefield of the Three Lands. He could not let Su Yu win the battle, or the consequences would be unimaginable. "I think you'd better take care of yourself," Su Yu said, and then used the advanced yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole to speed up. He was not too worried about how much damage Fu Bingyu could cause to the Three Lands, because Fu Bingyu had lost the ability to teleport. With his speed, it would take him at least 3 to 5 days to get there. By then, his cultivation would fall drastically. Get ready to feel the despair of life. Fu Bingyu. Su Yu chuckled, and chased after him. Chapter 1962. On the first day, Su Yu didn't manage to catch up with Fu Bingyu. His current cultivation base was still at the middle stage of a four-crown martial emperor. Su Yu used the advanced stage of yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole with all his might, but he could only maintain the distance between them. But on the second day, the situation changed. It had already been 4 days since Fu Bingyu had absorbed the cold energy from the ice origin, and his body had started to weaken. Its speed had clearly slowed down, and its current cultivation was roughly at the early stages of the Four-Crown Emperor realm. Su Yu gave it his all and was barely able to widen the distance between them. After the third day, Fu Bingyu had finally arrived at the Green Netherworld Manor. However, the dead soul worm had already received Su Yu's warning in advance, so he had led everyone to hide. Therefore, when Fu Bingyu rushed over, he only saw a few defeated soldiers from the Green Hell Mansion still guarding the empty Green Hell Mansion. As the leaders, the holy servants and the core higher-ups of the Green Hell Mansion either died in the sudden war or surrendered to the dead soul worms. Fu Bingyu had nowhere to vent her anger. She wanted to kill someone, but there was no one to kill. Hatefully, she rushed toward the Dustless Moon sect. The Dustless Moon faction had long been completely occupied by Su Yu's people. They had received Su Yu's order to hide in advance. When Fu Bingyu rushed to the Dustless Moon faction, there was not a single person there. She was so angry that she vented her anger on the Dustless Moon faction, burning it to the ground and destroying it. However, the Dustless Moon faction's belongings had been looted by Su Yu and the dead soul worm. Apart from the buildings, nothing was left of the faction, so it was not a pity to destroy them. Finally, Fu Bingyu rushed to the holy altar of the moon-worshipping cult. The moon-worshipping cult could be said to have been in the hands of Su Yu from the beginning. The higher-ups of the moon-worshipping cult had been ordered to remove all valuable items including the holy altar a few months ago, leaving the holy moon-worshipping cult empty. Fu Bingyu knew that he had been tricked, and in his rage, he destroyed the holy altar of the moon-worshipping cult. Now, 3 of the 10 great factions had fallen into Su Yu's hands. Now, they should immediately head to another region and seek the protection of the factions there so that they could work together to eliminate Su Yu. However, after 4 or 5 days of continuous pursuit, his cultivation had weakened further, now already about to fall below that of a 4-crown emperor. His speed had unknowingly slowed down, and he did not realize that Su Yu had already caught up to him. "Where do you want to go?" Su Yu's voice echoed from behind her. Fu Bingyu's face darkened. "Little bastard." Su Yu's eyes were cold. "You have said this to me many times." 6 colored chains appeared behind him, intertwining as one and sweeping forward. Fu Bingyu was not afraid and used his own chains of law to resist. Bang! The chains of law on both sides were jolted back. Unlike the last time, Su Yu wasn't injured at all, and both of them were evenly matched. Fu Bingyu's pupils constricted. She gritted her teeth and turned to flee. However, he could no longer shake off Su Yu with his speed, and the 2 of them began a close pursuit, one after the other. However, Fu Bingyu was at an absolute disadvantage, and her aura was getting weaker and weaker. Su Yu was gradually closing the distance between them, and she would often have to rely on counterattacks to widen the distance between them. A day later, the 2 of them entered the territory of the sword-sealing pavilion. "Everyone, listen up. Kill Su Yu with all your might," Fu Bingyu shouted as soon as he stepped into the sword-sealing pavilion. However, he was shocked to discover that the sealed sword pavilion was in chaos. A 3-crown emperor puppet suddenly charged into the sealed sword pavilion and cooperated with the higher-ups of the sealed sword pavilion who had secretly surrendered, causing the sealed sword pavilion to fall into chaos. In the chaos, the sealed sword pavilion had completely lost the ability to command and dispatch. They were completely powerless to save Fu Bingyu. "Ah!" Fu Bingyu shouted loudly, turning to flee toward the Wind Cloud Villa. The Wind Cloud Villa was guarded by his disciple, Lu Wuming, who was a 3-crown emperor at the later stage. It should not be easily conquered, and it should be safe for a short period of time. As expected, Lu Wuming led many strong fighters of the Wind Cloud Villa to rescue Fu Bingyu from afar. "Master, don't be afraid, we are here to save you." Lu Wuming took the lead and charged forward. However, just as he passed by Fu Bingyu, he turned his hand and stabbed Fu Bingyu with his sword. Fu Bingyu was caught off guard, and the sword pierced through his chest. A large amount of ice-cold divine blood sprayed out and fell from the sky, turning into ice as it fell. "Lu Wuming, you betrayed me," Fu Bingyu shouted in disbelief. Suddenly, a man in a black robe walked out from behind Lu Wuming. It was the real King of Darkness. He said calmly, "He has only turned back." After Lu Wuming stabbed Fu Bingyu, he immediately ran behind Su Yu and shouted, "Fu Bingyu, you impersonated the King of Darkness, and your crime is unforgivable. Everyone has the right to kill you. I am ashamed to be your disciple. Today, I will draw the line between us." Fu Bingyu was so angry that his breathing became rapid. Lu Wuming was the only person who knew that he was not the real King of Darkness. Now that he saw that Fu Bingyu was not strong enough, he surrendered to the other party and turned against him. "Damn it!" The entire southern forces had fallen into Su Yu's trap. The only hope was in the north. The north was a place that Su Yu had never set foot in, and his influence in the north was minimal. As for the Holy Mountain, Fu Bingyu did not dare to go there again. With his current cultivation, once he stepped into the grasslands of the Holy Mountain, he would be suppressed. If he slowed down, it would take at least 2 months to return to the Holy Mountain. 2 months' time was more than enough for Su Yu to catch up with him and kill him. Therefore, he could not return to the Holy Mountain, and could only escape to the north. The two of them started the chase again. 1 day later, in the territory of the Xingqiang faction. What shocked Fu Bingyu was that the Xingqiang faction had fallen. The entire Xingqiang faction had chosen to surrender and follow Su Yu's side. With shock, he fled to the territory of the Heavenly Palace. However, the Heavenly Palace also chose to surrender, and even killed the saint servant to surrender to the representative sent by Su Yu. How is this possible? Fu Bingyu could not believe it. Su Yu had never set foot in the north, how could they all surrender? Su Yu said lightly, "It's very simple. A senior member of the Xingqiang faction was once captured by the Daesun clan in the secret realm. I saved him, so I could contact him and overturn the entire Xingqiang faction. As for the Heavenly Palace, you must have forgotten who brutally killed the Heavenly Palace Master, Emperor Yu. It was you. You set me up to kill him." Fu Bingyu shouted angrily. Su Yu shrugged. "But the people of the Heavenly Palace don't think so." Fu Bingyu was shocked and angry, and immediately went to the Yunwu Divine Mountain, but the Divine Mountain was being attacked by another army led by a 3-crown emperor, and they were losing ground. Seeing that it was impossible, Fu Bingyu was forced to flee to the Miaoxiang workshop. Fortunately, the Miaoxiang workshop was not attacked, and she tried her best to protect Fu Bingyu. "Mobilize all forces to kill Su Yu," Fu Bingyu said. As long as Su Yu was dead, everything would be solved. Hua Hun sensed the gravity of the situation, and nodded. "King of Darkness, please rest assured, I swear to protect you with my life." However, as soon as she finished speaking, an ethereal voice descended. "Then you can die." Swoosh. A black stream of light pierced through the heavens, shooting towards her from the sky. The power of that stream of light was so strong that even a 3-crown emperor would be destroyed in an instant. "King of Darkness, save me." Hua Hun's beautiful face changed. Fu Bingyu gritted her teeth and displayed the chain of rules, blocking the blow. At this moment, Hua Hun could not die. The attack had failed, and countless strong men rushed over, forming a wall that surrounded Fu Bingyu and Hua Hun. Fu Bingyu breathed a sigh of relief. He was finally saved, and now he needed a good rest. The power of desolation in his body was scarce, and more seriously, he lacked the supply of ice source. Hua Hun, immediately search for all ice attribute items within the territory. Without ice source, he would make do with ice attribute items. Although the effect was not as good, it could restore the power of a 4-crown emperor in the middle stage. At that time, as long as he could maintain his middle stage cultivation for more than 2 days, he was confident he could kill Su Yu. Hua Hun said, "It just so happens that there is an ice mountain in the territory of the wonderful fragrance workshop. The mountain is made of 10,000-year-old black ice, and it might be able to satisfy the King of Darkness." Fu Bingyu was overjoyed. 10,000-year-old black ice? Great, get it quickly. 10,000-year-old black ice was an ice attribute item that was close to the ice source. If there was a whole mountain, it would be a piece of cake to restore it to its peak state. "All right, it will only take a day to be transported here," Hua Hun said. She frowned as she gazed at the surrounding defense forces. "The only worry is that before the ice mountain is delivered, Su Yu will mobilize his troops to kill us." Fu Bingyu was also a little worried. Su Yu's ability to scheme was too terrifying. Suddenly, Fu Bingyu's heart moved. She took out a jade pendant and ordered the nearby Heartless Taoist temple, all the higher-ups of the temple, immediately head to the wonderful fragrance workshop to protect the King of Darkness. When Lung Yun received the news, he immediately led the 15 double-crown emperors under his command to rush over. At the same time, Su Yu had been attacking for a long time without success. He ordered the troops of the Xingqiang faction and the Heavenly Palace to rush over and attack the Yunwu Divine Mountain. They only had one day, and whoever arrived first would decide everything. Time passed, and even Fu Bingyu was getting nervous. He had never thought that one day, the small forces that he used to disdain would be able to decide his fate. Finally, at dusk, Leng Yun led the 15 Double Crown Emperors to arrive first. Fu Bingyu was greatly relieved. Luck was on his side. At the same time, Hua Hun also moved the ice mountain over. Just as she said, it was indeed a huge black ice mountain. Fu Bingyu could not help but burst into laughter. You guys resist for 3 days. 3 days later, follow me to kill our way out and turn the world upside down, Hua Hun said lightly. With the help of the Heartless Temple Master, no matter how many troops they have, we can still resist for 3 days. The outcome was set. Fu Bingyu said, Great. After this is done, I will reward you handsomely. As he spoke, Fu Bingyu carried the ice mountain into the secret chamber and began to recover. Hua Hun and Leng Yun were left in charge of defense. Thank goodness you came, otherwise I really don't know what to do, Hua Hun sighed faintly. Leng Yun said lightly, What's so difficult about it? The real King of Darkness is back, why should we be bullied by a fake King of Darkness? Hua Hun was stunned and came back to his senses. He said in surprise, Leng Yun, you. Poof. A long spear pierced through Hua Hun's body, and even his soul was destroyed. At the same time, the 15 Double Crown Emperors that he brought with him suddenly attacked the Double Crown Emperors of the wonderful fragrance workshop beside him without warning. Almost all the Double Crown Emperors were killed by them, and only 1 or 2 were left, but it was not enough to affect the overall situation. Chapter 1963. The corners of Su Yu's mouth curled into a smile. He had not flipped over Leng Yun. It was Leng Yun who had taken the initiative to contact him and was willing to help him. The reason was simple. The Emperor of Yu was his best friend, and he had died tragically under Fu Bingyu's tutelage. He still bore a grudge against him. Now that Fu Bingyu was in trouble, how could he let go of the opportunity to beat him when he was down? The defense of the wonderful fragrance workshop was weakened. Su Yu flew into it immediately and found the furious Fu Bingyu in no time. Before he could refine the ice mountain, an internal conflict had broken out. It seems like you have lost too many people's trust. Su Yu laughed softly. The 6-colored chain descended with a loud bang, smashing the ice mountain into pieces. You. Fu Bingyu felt deep despair and anger. Are you really going to kill me? What do you think? Su Yu said coldly. He flew over, and the 6-colored chain smashed toward him. At this moment, no one could save him. Fu Bingyu clenched his teeth. A strong will to live burst forth from his despair, and he escaped from the wonderful fragrance workshop. However, in this boundless world, where could he be protected? Fu Bingyu felt like he had no other way out. He wanted to risk his life, but he couldn't do anything to Su Yu. Suddenly, a powerful teleportation force enveloped him. Fu Bingyu subconsciously wanted to resist, but a voice entered his ears through the transmission. The King of Darkness is in trouble. How can the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce stand by and do nothing? Don't move. The Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce? Fu Bingyu was overjoyed. With the intelligence network of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, they would definitely know about Fu Bingyu's dangerous situation. They had a common enemy, Su Yu. If Fu Bingyu died, the entire Darkstar civilization would fall into Su Yu's hands. At that time, the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce would no longer have a foothold. The Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce had made a clear choice. When Su Yu rushed over, Fu Bingyu had already been transported away and disappeared from the spot. Su Yu's expression turned gloomy. All his efforts had gone to waste. Is it the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce? Su Yu's eyes were icy cold. Despite all his calculations, he had missed out on the remaining forces of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. The branch of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce should also have powerful magic treasures or arrays that could teleport back to the headquarters in a short period of time. Now, they had given Su Yu a great shock at the most crucial moment. Where is the headquarters of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce? Su Yu asked. Leng Yun rushed over and shook his head with a serious look in his eyes. I don't know. As far as I know, the headquarters of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce has always been a mysterious place. Other than the people in the headquarters, no one knows where the headquarters is. That would be troublesome. With the power of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, it was only a matter of time before they found enough ice-type items. Once Fu Bingyu was given enough time to stage a comeback, everything he had achieved so far would be reduced to ashes. Find him. Su Yu's eyes were cold. However, the Dark Star civilization was vast. Even Fu Bingyu did not know where their headquarters was, so the chances of finding it in a short amount of time were completely negligible. At this moment, Su Yu hated the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce to the core. He had no intention of becoming enemies with the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, but they wanted to cut off Su Yu's way out. Very soon, under Su Yu's command, the entire Dark Star Civilization's forces began to conduct a carpet search of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. First of all, the branches in various places were all sealed up. A group of people were all arrested. They were tortured and searched for the headquarters of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. However, there was nothing. The people in the branch didn't even know where the headquarters was. Every time they went to the headquarters to report, they would be directly sent there by the headquarters' powerful array formation. For a moment, the great situation fell into a complete stalemate. At the same time, somewhere deep underground, Fu Bingyu appeared in a huge underground cavern world, which was full of foreign races coming and going. In front of him, a man and a woman were waiting with smiles on their faces. The man was an old man at the level of a three-crown emperor. His name was Li Ming, and he was the only three-crown emperor left in the Dark Star civilization. The Alliance Master had passed away, and the other three-crown emperors had all died tragically. According to the rules of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, he had become the temporary Alliance Master. King of Darkness, I'm sorry, we were a little late, Li Ming said with cupped fists. Fu Bingyu's face no longer had the arrogance of the past. He said humbly, I should be the one thanking you. Thanks to your help, I was lucky enough to escape. This was not a lie. His current cultivation had finally fallen from the level of a four-crown emperor to the level of a three-crown emperor. If he had fought with Su Yu just now, even if he didn't die, he would have been seriously injured. Li Ming waved his hand and said, King of Darkness, you don't have to be so courteous. You and I have a common enemy, and now is the time to face a common enemy. King of Darkness, please come. I have prepared 100-million-year-old incredible ice for you. It will be enough for you to successfully recover to your peak state in half a day. 100-million-year-old incredible ice. Fu Bingyu's pupils constricted. This level of incredible ice was probably not inferior to his ice source. The Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce was really powerful. They could even find such shocking incredible ice. Thank you. Fu Bingyu said with hatred, don't worry, when my cultivation recovers to its peak state in half a day, I will immediately kill my way back. I will definitely grind that surnamed Su into ashes. Li Ming's eyes were also filled with hatred. He said, King of Darkness, go ahead and kill him. I will also prepare another 100-million-year-old incredible ice for you. Even if there is an accident when you are chasing after Su Yu, you can replenish it on the spot. Fu Bingyu was overjoyed and regained his confidence. He said, Su Yu has chased me to such a sorry state this time. I will definitely make him pay the price. And those who betrayed me, I will make them all die a horrible death. However, before you kill Su Yu, please copy a part of his memory of the common life chess and give it to the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, Li Ming said. The death of the Sword Alliance Master is too strange. We need to know how Su Yu did it. Li Ming nodded slightly and ordered someone to bring the King of Darkness to the secret room to train. He followed closely behind. Before he left, he instructed the lady beside him, Wen Hua, continue to guard the ancient Tianyuan formation. If you need anything, activate it at any time. The lady named Wen Hua nodded solemnly. Alliance Master Li, please don't worry. I will not let you down. This lady was none other than the lady who had been restricted by Su Yu in the common life chess. She had bribed instructor Li with the massive resources that Su Yu had given her. Only then was she transferred from the Xingqiang faction branch to the headquarters. She had also been given a rather lucrative position, guarding the ancient Tianyuan formation. Wen Hua felt guilty about the death of the Sword Alliance master. Hence, she was very diligent and did not dare to slack off. She had been working for 2 years now and had not made any mistakes. She had gained Li Ming's trust. When she heard the conversation between Fu Bingyu and Li Ming, her heart thumped wildly. She recalled some things that she had almost forgotten. Su Yu. Apart from her, he was the only one who knew about the death of the Sword Alliance master. If he was caught by Fu Bingyu and searched his soul, Wen Hua's heart was in a mess. What should I do? What should I do? Suddenly, looking at the formation in front of her, Wen Hua came up with a daring idea. But just as the idea arose, it was extinguished. No, she could not betray the Darkstar civilization. If she was found out, it would be hard for her to die. But did she have a choice now? Killing the Sword Alliance master was already hard enough. In the outside world, Su Yu sat cross-legged in the wonderful fragrance workshop, smelling the fragrant air. His heart was gloomy, and he could not feel the slightest bit of joy. 2 hours passed, and there was no news. He did not know where the headquarters of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce was, and he could not find it. Moreover, he could foresee that as the headquarters of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, what could he do even if he found it? The level of defense there was not as good as the Holy Mountain, but it was not something that could be breached in a short time. No matter how he thought about it, they were in a hopeless situation. Leng Yun, the puppet, and the 20 to 30 double-crowned divine warriors stood beside Su Yu, their hearts heavy. After a long time, Su Yu said, "Prepare for Fu Bingyu to come out again. Arrange everything to lie low and wait for an opportunity." Su Yu knew that with Fu Bingyu's cautiousness, this opportunity would never appear again. He had already prepared for the worst. But at this moment, Su Yu seemed to feel something. He looked up into the sky, and a beam of light fell straight down, enveloping him and all the double-crowned divine warriors present. Su Yu was stunned. This was the ancient formation that transported Fu Bingyu away. Why did it suddenly descend and want to transport them away? Was it a conspiracy of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce? At this moment, a voice entered Su Yu's ears along with the transportation formation. "It's me, I'm Wen Hua. Fu Bingyu is here, quickly bring people over to kill him," Wen Hua said anxiously. "It's her." Su Yu could not believe that Wen Hua was actually at the headquarters and had the authority to use the transportation formation. This was simply a miracle. "Everyone, leave." Su Yu waved his hand. In addition to the double-crowned divine warriors, hundreds of single-crowned divine warriors were pulled into the formation. Immediately, the beam of light swept them all away. At the headquarters of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, Li Ming was leisurely meditating and resting, waiting outside Fu Bingyu's secret room. He felt the continuous release of cold energy, and his heart was at ease. His eyes were filled with hatred. No one has ever been able to come out unscathed after offending the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. This time, I will cut off your path of retreat. Let's see where you can escape. Humph. All of a sudden, a powerful energy fluctuation appeared. Li Ming frowned. Who let Wen Hua activate the transportation formation? Could it be that a dangerous branch has been transported back? He appeared at the ancient formation to investigate. In the end, he had just appeared when he was shocked by the hundreds of figures in front of him. Especially the silver-haired youth, who was the most shocked. He lost his voice and screamed, "Ah, why are you all?" Creak. Su Yu's cold eyes swept past. The 6-colored chains wrapped around Li Ming, making him unable to speak. It was this person who had almost caused them to be consigned to eternal damnation. Leng Yun and the others all revealed cold murderous intents. "Let me kill him." Su Yu waved his hands. "Isn't it easy to kill him? Before he dies, let him lead the way for us." His eyes flickered with a dazzling soul light, and he controlled Li Ming on the spot. Li Ming's eyes were sluggish. He stuttered, "Master, lead the way." "Yes, Master." Li Ming led them to the front of the secret room. The secret room had an exceptionally strong isolation effect. It was impossible to sense what was going on inside from the outside, and it was difficult for those inside to sense what was going on outside. Under Su Yu's control, Li Ming said, King of Darkness, I have another gift for you. Chapter 1964. Li Ming said, You'll know once the King of Darkness comes out. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Ha ha. Thank you, Alliance Master Li. Fu Bingyu laughed as he opened the door, thinking that Alliance Master Li must have given him a powerful treasure that could speed up his recovery. The door to the secret chamber opened, and what came into view was a black mass of people. Several of them looked very familiar. Slightly stunned, Fu Bingyu fixed his eyes on them and saw Li Ming standing respectfully behind a silver-haired youth. Silver hair. Fu Bingyu's pupils shrank as he fixed his gaze on the silver-haired youth. A face that seemed to be smiling yet not smiling came into view. Su Yu. Fu Bingyu could not believe his eyes. How did Su Yu find the headquarters of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, and how did he sneak in? Su Yu smiled. Fu Bingyu, I trust you've been well. Fu Bingyu felt a chill run down his spine, his whole body shivering. The greatest despair he had ever felt in his life filled his heart. It's over. But his will to live made him choose to fight to the death. Without hesitation, he waved the chain of rules, releasing a shocking chill that froze the surroundings. Lung Yun and the others turned pale as they retreated in fear. Even though Fu Bingyu's cultivation had fallen to the level of a three-crown emperor, the power of the rules had not weakened much. Su Yu flicked his fingers, and the 6 chain of rules behind him weaved into a giant net, wrapping around the chill to prevent it from harming the others. Go and take control of the headquarters of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Don't let anyone escape, and don't give them a chance to spread the news, Su Yu said calmly. Lung Yun and the others knew they could not help, so they immediately went to control the rest of the people at the headquarters. Su Yu was left alone. He clenched his fist, and the 6 chains danced wildly toward Fu Bingyu. Fu Bingyu clenched his teeth, using his own chain of rules to resist. But as soon as they exchanged blows, he was swept back by Su Yu's chain and smashed into his body. A large amount of chill leaked out of the chain, a sign that the chain of rules was damaged. Su Yu. Fu Bingyu was full of hatred. What will you gain by killing me? Peace. Su Yu said calmly. With Fu Bingyu's hatred for Su Yu and his greed for the treasures, Su Yu and the people around him would only be safe if he died. Su Yu, we can discuss this. No need. I'll be more at ease if you're dead. Su Yu said coldly. He could probably negotiate with other people, but Fu Bingyu was vicious, cruel, cunning, and treacherous. So, negotiating with such a person would be like cutting off one's own path of retreat. With that, the chains attacked in a frenzy. Fu Bingyu only had the strength to defend himself, but not the strength to fight back. He was forced into a corner with nowhere to run. Although the chains of law were hard, they were unable to withstand the endless attacks, and they continued to shatter at a rate visible to the naked eye. 1 day passed. 2 days passed. 3 days passed. Fu Bingyu's aura was getting weaker and weaker, but he still clenched his teeth and held on. Su Yu, it won't be that easy to kill me. Ice Dragon transformation, he growled, his body suddenly expanding. His clothes were torn to shreds, and he turned into a crystal insect that was several times larger. His entire body exuded an astonishing chill, as if he was an ice sculpture. It lay motionlessly on the ground, incomparably fine runes appearing on the surface of its body. The 6 chains of law only left a shallow white mark on his body. Su Yu's eyes changed slightly. This was the Ice Dragon Worm's ultimate life-saving skill. At a critical moment, it could crystallize into an ice crystal state, which was extremely hard and difficult to destroy. Once it crystallized, although it could not move and had given up on escaping, with the hardness of its crystallized body, it was almost impossible to destroy. Su Yu's 6 paths of law only left a white mark on it. Don't waste your energy, Su Yu. Even a 5-crown divine warrior would find it difficult to kill me after I crystallize. You should just give up, Fu Bingyu said. Su Yu did not say a word. The chains of law continued to attack, but apart from leaving a shallow mark, there was no progress. His heart sank slightly. With his current strength, he should be able to kill Fu Bingyu if he continued to attack for 3 years. However, long-term consumption would cause a serious burden on his body, and it was likely to affect his cultivation level. 3 years it is. Su Yu gently clenched his teeth. If Fu Bingyu did not die, he would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Thus, a long and drawn-out battle began. 10 days passed. A month passed. Su Yu persisted in his attacks. Whenever he was tired, he would rest on the spot and continue after replenishing his energy. Many affairs of the Darkstar civilization were handled by Huangfu Liang and the others. He also released all the strong men who had reached the level of deities from the World Annihilation Plate. Under Huangfu Liang's arrangements, they were scattered to various parts of the Darkstar civilization to train. With Su Yu's resources alone, they were far from being able to grow quickly. Only danger could speed up their growth. After that, Su Yu moved the rest of the living creatures out of the World Annihilation Plate batch by batch. The Darkstar civilization would be Su Yu's base camp from now on. He needed many trustworthy people to manage it, and they, who came from the World Annihilation Plate, were the most suitable candidates. Once they grew up, they would slowly be able to take up the post. Time passed slowly. 3 months passed. Half a year passed. 1 year passed. 2 years passed. 3 years passed. The Darkstar civilization was changing with each passing day. The 10 great influences of the past no longer existed. In their place was a nameless organization. They controlled the entire territory of the Darkstar civilization. Trade, armies, and high-quality resources were all under their control. No one knew how this organization came to be. The only thing they knew was that the leader of this organization was an extremely powerful and ruthless person. He had once crossed the borders of the 10 great influences and chased the King of Darkness to the ends of the earth. It was said that the King of Darkness had died at his hands. With such a powerful and ruthless person overseeing things, no matter how indignant the natives of the Darkstar civilization were, they dared not resist. Little did they know that the King of Darkness was not dead. To be exact, he was close to death. The enormous crystallized ice worm had been completely penetrated by Su Yu's continuous attacks for 3 years. Fu Bingyu was barely breathing. He had never thought that Su Yu would really spend 3 years to kill him. At the moment, Su Yu was extremely exhausted. 3 years of continuous attacks had greatly weakened his body. The aura of the Double Crown Martial Emperor had dropped to the late stage of the Single Crown Martial Emperor. He would need at least 10 years of rest to recover his primordial chi. The price he had to pay was extremely heavy. But Su Yu felt that it was all worth it. If he let Fu Bingyu go, the price might not be as simple as a drop in his cultivation level. What awaited him would be endless threats and death. "Young one, I admit defeat at your hands," Fu Bingyu said weakly. "But, so what if you win? Born at the end of the era, you and I are nothing more than pitiful worms that are about to be overturned." Hearing the number of the end of the era again, Su Yu calmed down and said lightly, "Then I'll send you on your way first." Fu Bingyu laughed sinisterly. "I'll wait for you down there." Su Yu did not say a word. The 6 chains lashed out one last time. Bang! The crystallized ice worm that had been penetrated was completely smashed into ice crystals. It was completely dead. Su Yu confirmed that its aura had really disappeared from the world. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief and fall to the ground weakly. 3 years. It was too tiring. He had never thought that one day he would kill someone for 3 whole years. Fortunately, he had finally succeeded, even though the price was heavy. Dead. Princess Linglong, who had sensed it immediately, rushed over. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Even the 5-crown Martial Emperor would have a headache just looking at the crystallization of the ice worm. Unless it was a matter of life and death, the 5-crown Martial Emperor would never waste time and energy to destroy it. "You are really persistent." Su Yu asked weakly, "Why, are you afraid?" Princess Linglong thought about it seriously, nodding. "A little." Seeing Su Yu kill someone at all costs, Princess Linglong's heart trembled slightly. It was too crazy, so crazy that she was a little afraid of continuing to be his enemy. "Since you are afraid, then leave Princess Rukan's body obediently," Su Yu said. Princess Linglong pursed her lips. "Give me another 10 years. When I return to the Dragon Clan and find a suitable dragon body, I will return Princess Rukan to you." Su Yu did not force her. In reality, He could not do anything to Princess Linglong. "Protect me," Su Yu said, recovering his desolate force on the spot. An hour later, Su Yu recovered to the later stage of the single crown martial emperor. He could not help but laugh at himself. "I spent so much effort to blast open the 6 doors of the emperor, but now I have wasted more than half of it." That might not be the case. Your situation is very special. As long as you find resources that can improve the cultivation of the divine warriors of heaven and earth, it will be easy for you to recover, Princess Linglong said. Strictly speaking, Su Yu's cultivation had not regressed. It could only be said that he had overused his desolate force. As long as he could get some resources, he would be able to recover. Su Yu nodded. Such resources were only available to 5-star civilizations and above. Therefore, he had to make a trip to a 5-star civilization as soon as possible. After leaving the headquarters of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, Huangfu Liang, Lu Wuming, Leng Yun, and the other 3 crowned sovereigns were all waiting outside. When they saw Su Yu, they all bowed to him. "How is the integration of the forces of the Dark Star civilization?" Su Yu asked. Huangfu Liang said, "Apart from the Sacred Mountain, the entire Dark Star civilization is already under our control. It's a part of our organization. All you need is an order, and we can mobilize the power of the entire Dark Star civilization." Su Yu cupped his fists and bowed to him. "I'm indebted to you for the past 3 years. I'm deeply grateful." "Don't say that. It's my duty." Huangfu Liang had experience in managing the Sea of Constellations. Hence, he was able to integrate the Dark Star civilization smoothly and save Su Yu a lot of trouble. After a short pause, Huangfu Liang asked, "What do you want to name your organization?" Every organization had its own name, such as Nirvana, the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, and the Ecliptic Palace. Su Yu muttered to himself for a long time, then said, "Cauldron." The change in his life began when the divine 9 Dragons Cauldron entered his body. Everything began with the cauldron. Today, he would name it after the cauldron. Cauldron? Huangfu Liang was surprised. Just a word. It didn't sound like it had any special meaning. However, since it was Su Yu's decision, he naturally would not object. "All right, then I will pass on the name of our organization." On this day, in the remote Dark Star civilization, a legendary organization that would rewrite the history of the Great Beginning Realm was born. Chapter 1965. Soon, the Dark Star civilization was settled and the organization was established. As the founder of the Cauldron and the first Cauldron Master, Su Yu announced the appointment of the organization. The King of Darkness became the Deputy Cauldron Master. Lu Wuming, Leng Yun, and the Dead Soul Worm became the Cauldron Masters. Many double-crowned emperors were rewarded as Cauldron Kings, and many meritorious officials were rewarded as Cauldron Ministers. Hundreds of millions of strong men fought to join the Cauldron and became the Cauldron Masses. A super-organization that spanned the entire Dark Star civilization was born. After the Cauldron was established, the first order it issued was to bring all 3-star civilizations, 2-star civilizations, and 1-star civilizations under its jurisdiction under its rule. All the trade in their civilizations would be monopolized by the Cauldron. The Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce would no longer be legitimate. At the same time, all the masters of civilizations had to become members of the Cauldron and pledge their loyalty to it. If they did not, it would be an iron-blooded expedition. The Dead Soul Worm, Leng Yun, and Lu Wuming would lead a large number of Cauldron Masters to various civilizations to carry out this mission. Half a year after the instructions were given, Su Yu and Huangfu Liang appeared at the Intercivilization Transportation Portal of the Wind Cloud Villa. The Tai Chi faction has many resources suitable for the divine warriors of heaven and earth. I believe that with your ability, it will be easy for you to obtain resources in the Tai Chi civilization, Huangfu Liang said. Su Yu said, "I still need you to recommend me to the Tai Chi faction." Unlike the chaotic Dark Star civilization, the Tai Chi faction was the only faction in the Tai Chi civilization. The faction had been established for hundreds of millions of years and had never recruited disciples from the outside. It was up to the Yin-Yang elders and above to search for disciples. When the disciples reached the Yin-Yang elder level, they were qualified to continue recruiting disciples. Over the years, the Tai Chi faction had millions of disciples. If Su Yu wanted to enter the Tai Chi faction and obtain the resources of the divine warriors of heaven and earth, he needed Huangfu Liang's recommendation. He was a core disciple, not a yin-yang elder. However, his uncle was an elder who was qualified to recruit disciples. If Huangfu Liang recommended Su Yu to his uncle, it would not be difficult for him to enter the Tai Chi faction. That's easy. Huangfu Liang was eager. He had been waiting for the moment to return to the faction for a long time. Alas, the heavens did not grant him his wish. It was as though he had been forgotten in the sea of constellations. Every message he sent to the chiefs was like a pebble thrown into the ocean, with no response whatsoever. Now, thanks to Su Yu, they were able to gather 10 star stones and activate the inter-civilization transportation portal of the 5-star civilization ahead. Have you taken care of everything regarding the Dark Star civilization? Huangfu Liang stepped onto the array formation and said solemnly, after going to the Taiji sect, it will not be easy to come back. Even with your ability, you will need 10 years to obtain another 10 star stones. Su Yu looked toward the holy mountain. He had already made arrangements for the Cauldron organization. Only the little Kailin did not return after going to the sacred mountain. He wanted to explore it, but with the immense pressure of the sacred mountain, it was impossible for him to ascend it with his current cultivation. Luckily, based on their connection, the little Kailin was still alive. It was just that he did not know what kind of state it had fallen into, as it did not respond to his call. After confirming that his life was not in danger for the time being, Su Yu stepped onto the inter-civilization transportation portal and carried out a long-distance transmission. An intense twisting sensation assaulted Su Yu's senses, causing him to have a splitting headache. He felt like his whole body was being torn apart. This was the negative effect of ultra-long-distance inter-civilization teleportation. Su Yu didn't know how long he had been in this state, but he was still in a daze. Even when his feet touched the ground, he still felt dizzy. Huangfu Liang, on the other hand, was more used to it. He breathed in the air excitedly and said, "We are finally back." The Tai Chi faction. When Su Yu had adapted to it, he found himself in an environment that was terrifyingly rich with yin and yang energy. A gentle breath was 1/10 of the total yin and yang energy in his body. If he used the yin and yang energy here to display the yin-yang wings, it was hard to imagine how far the yin-yang wings could travel in an instant. "Let's go, I'll take you to see my uncle." Huangfu Liang was very excited. His respect for his uncle could be seen from his words. He had been away from home for tens of thousands of years, but the first person he missed when he returned was his uncle. "My uncle is a generous man, and he thinks highly of me. It was because of his promotion that I became a core disciple. After so many years, I wonder if he is doing well," Huangfu Liang mumbled as he walked. Su Yu smiled gently. Everyone had a root in their heart, just like how he often missed Shenyu Island. The Tai Chi faction was the root in Huangfu Liang's heart that could not be erased. Now that he was back home, it would be strange if he was not happy. He would only be happier when he saw his uncle later. The overall outline of a 5-star civilization was a Tai Chi yin-yang fisheye diagram. The Tai Chi faction was located in the center of the yin-yang diagram. It was a city that spanned across boundless territories, and millions of Tai Chi faction disciples were gathered there. His uncle, Yingfeng Fexiao, was in Tai Chi City. Although he had been away for many years, Huangfu Liang had found his uncle's mansion with his unforgettable memories an extremely luxurious mansion. Standing at the entrance of the mansion, he could not see the end of the courtyard walls. Outside the courtyard walls stood 100-strong Emperor realm martial artists with single crowns. They wore the same uniform and held top-grade true Emperor divine weapons in their hands. Their gazes were intimidating, giving people great pressure. The guards in front of him alone were comparable to the total number of Emperor realm martial artists in the entire Dark Star civilization. As expected of an elder of the Tai Chi faction, he was too imposing. Huangfu Liang walked forward and took out his identity nameplate respectfully. "Disciple Huangfu Liang wishes to see uncle." There was a butler at the entrance of the mansion who was responsible for receiving guests. Upon hearing that Huangfu Liang was a disciple, he smiled. Which faction are you from? I am under Spiritual Master Huang Yu. Spiritual Master Huang Yu. The butler's eyes became calmer. He took out a book and flipped through it casually. Spiritual Master Huang Yu's name appeared. There were over 1,000 names under his name. They were all disciples that Spiritual Master Huang Yu had taken in. After looking through it, the butler's gaze became slightly unfriendly. Why isn't your name in Spiritual Master Huang Yu's disciple list? Huang Fu Liang, who was thinking about what to say to his uncle, was instantly stunned. I'm Spiritual Master Huang Yu's 109th personal disciple, as well as the 1300th generation core disciple of the Tai Chi faction. Why isn't my name there? Seeing that Huang Fu Liang did not seem to be lying, the butler flipped through it again, but Huang Fu Liang's name was still not there. He frowned. Did you make a mistake? Spiritual Master Huang Yu's 109th personal disciple is a disciple called Yang Hua. He has already joined Elder Ying. Your name isn't in Spiritual Master Huang Yu's 1,000 disciples. Huang Fu Liang could not believe it. How could this be? Even if he had been gone for hundreds of thousands of years, he should not have no name. Butler, please help me inform Elder Ying that Huang Fu Liang is here to pay a visit. He will definitely remember me, Huang Fu Liang pleaded. The butler glared. Elder Ying, do you think a nobody like you can meet him just because you want to? Huang Fu Liang was anxious. He clenched his teeth, took out 10 commodity divine stones, and stuffed them into the butler's pocket along with his identity nameplate. Butler, please do me a favor. Only then did the butler regain his composure. He rolled his eyes and stood up unhurriedly. Wait here quietly. Not long after, the butler returned expressionlessly. He looked at Huang Fu Liang with a strange gaze. Yes, Elder Ying has just finished his training. Come over. Huang Fu Liang heaved a sigh of relief, revealing a smile. I knew it. Uncle Ying would not forget me. Back then, it was because of his careful guidance that I became who I am today. Huang Fu Liang was extremely grateful for Uncle Ying's kindness. The butler did not say a word. He brought Huang Fu Liang and Su Yu to the back garden of the mansion. In the garden, a white-robed elder with a goatee was giving guidance to a handsome young man with a benevolent expression. The former's cultivation level was at the terrifying 4-crown divine warrior level. The latter was also at the peak of the 3-crown divine warrior level. Elder Ying, I have brought him here. The elder with a goatee acted as if he did not hear him, continuing to guide the young man in his training. Huang Fu Liang looked at the elder with a goatee emotionally. He knelt on the ground with a thud, deeply kowtowing 3 times. His face was covered in tears. He did not disturb the elder with a goatee, even though the elder did not care about him. An hour later, the elder with a goatee patted the young man's shoulder lovingly. Yang Hua, today's training ends here. Go and rest. Yes, master. Yang Hua cupped his fists and smiled, brushing past Huang Fu Liang. The moment he brushed past Huang Fu Liang's shoulder, a sliver of disdain appeared on his face. At this moment, the elder with a goatee turned around and looked at Huang Fu Liang. He calmly said, You're back? Disciple Huang Fu Liang greets Uncle Ying. He smiled at Yang Hua, indifferently saying, Yes, it has been hard on you all these years. It has not been hard on me. Huang Fu Liang's eyes were filled with tears. Uncle Ying, I have been sending you information about the Sea of Constellations for many years. Have you received it? Why was there no response from him? No. Elder Ying shook his head indifferently. But in Su Yu's ears, he could clearly hear another voice in Elder Ying's heart. In fact, he had received it, but he had never looked through it, carelessly throwing it away. That was information that Huang Fu Liang had exchanged for with his safety. Could there be a problem with the transportation? Huang Fu Liang muttered to himself. But it does not matter. I will now briefly explain to you the clues I have gathered in the Sea of Constellations. There is no need. Elder Ying calmly looked at him. Why did you come back? Did you not understand my intentions when I chased you to the Sea of Constellations back then? How stupid. Huang Fu Liang's expression stiffened. Chased? It was clearly Elder Ying who had entrusted him with such an important task. Forget it. Since you were lucky enough to come back alive, I will tell you. Your talent is too poor to be my disciple, so I sent you on a mission that you would never return from. I then used your quota to take in more disciples. Do you understand? Huangfu Liuyang's expression froze. Every elder could only take in a limited number of disciples. There was only one way to take in more than one disciple, and that was to inherit the deceased elder's disciple. Before Reverend Huang Yu died, he had entrusted his disciple to Ying Fengxiao. Ying Fengxiao had guided Huangfu Liuyang for a period of time and discovered that his talent did not meet the requirements. However, he did not want to give up on this quota. So, he had Huangfu Liuyang head to the faraway Sea of Constellations and then choose an outstanding disciple to take Huangfu Liuyang's quota. The outstanding genius Yang Hua was the one to take the quota. After learning the truth, Huangfu Liuyang's mind went blank. Chapter 1966. The so-called important position, the so-called assessment, were all wishful thinking? He had a brief moment of doubt as to why there was no news from the sect for a long time. However, he instinctively guessed that something had happened to his uncle master, or something had happened to the sect. Deceiving himself and others, he stayed in that desolate, barren land for countless years. In the end, the moment the truth was revealed, it was so cruel. His faith collapsed with a loud bang. He stood there blankly, not knowing what to say or do. He was in a daze like a puppet. Since you've worked hard, even if you don't have any meritorious service, you can return to the supreme ultimate sect. However, the number of disciples I can recruit is already full. You can only be a servant of the mansion. What do you think? Ying Fengxiao pondered for a while and said helplessly. His tone sounded like he was giving alms. However, the title of Taiji sect disciple originally belonged to Huangfu Liuyang. Now, only the servants were left. This wasn't even as good as charity, it was clearly robbery. Huangfu Liuyang came back to his senses, feeling humiliated and resentful. He wanted to refute, but he realized that Su Yu was beside him, so he fell silent. After remaining silent for a long time, he shook his head and said, "Disciple. I've been away from the Taiji sect for too long. I can no longer be considered a disciple of the Taiji sect. If Elder Ying is interested, could you recommend this friend of mine to an elder? He hasn't even cultivated for 100 years, but is already a double." Suddenly, Su Yu patted his shoulder and interrupted him. "Brother Huangfu, you are confused. I came to the Tai Chi faction on a mission, not to join the Tai Chi faction." Huangfu Liuyang was stunned. He immediately realized that Su Yu had changed his mind at the last minute, so he shut his mouth. Ying Fengxiao looked at Su Yu. He swept his gaze over Su Yu, who was a later stage single-crown divine warrior, and his eyes lit up. If he really had cultivated for less than 100 years and had such a terrifying cultivation, then his cultivation speed could be said to be shocking, and his aptitude was not bad. However, the other party had no intention of joining the Tai Chi sect. Would he, a dignified yin-yang elder, take the initiative to beg him? Then go to the butler and get some divine stones? Smiling in the wind waved his hand and sent Huangfu Liuyang away. He took in Huangfu Liuyang out of goodwill, but the other party did not appreciate it. Huangfu Liuyang no longer held any hope for Windward Smile. He said indifferently, "There's no need for the divine stones. I must have misunderstood something all these years. Farewell." He stood up weakly and left the mansion with Su Yu. Along the way, he felt that his head was heavy and his feet were light. He was completely following Su Yu and had lost the ability to think. "Brother Huangfu, how much longer are you going to immerse yourself in it? Or do you want to recover like a woman who needs someone to comfort her?" Su Yu's mocking voice suddenly rang in Huangfu Liuyang's ears, waking him up with a start. He discovered that he had already left the mansion and was surrounded by a vast crowd. "Sorry, I lost my composure." Huangfu Liuyang became more spirited and said, "I've let you see a joke. I haven't fulfilled my promise, so I can't let you enter the Taiji sect." Back then, he had confidently handed his identity nameplate to Su Yu so that Su Yu could come to the Tai Chi faction to look for his uncle. Then, he would surely be able to join the Tai Chi faction. Now that he thought about it, it was fortunate that Su Yu had not come. Otherwise, He would not even have been able to enter his uncle's mansion. Actually, you only showed the late stage of the single crown warrior realm, and he was a bit moved. If he knew that your real cultivation base was the late stage of the double crown warrior realm, I'm afraid he would treat you like that disciple named Yang Hua and train you. Unfortunately, you interrupted me and didn't let me continue. Huang Fu Liang was a bit regretful. Su Yu calmly said, if he really wants to, then it will be troublesome. Why? Huang Fu Liang asked in surprise. Su Yu said, with your example, what makes this person worthy of being my teacher? If one day, an even more powerful heaven ruler appears, will I also be removed from the list and banished to a faraway place? Huang Fu Liang was relieved. With Su Yu's character, it was indeed difficult for him to lower his head and acknowledge Yingfeng Fexiao as his teacher. Moreover, why must the men of the world be below others? Since we're in the 5-star city, let's explore the world by ourselves. Why should we worry about not having the resources of the martial emperors? Su Yu did not have a strong desire to join the Tai Chi faction. It would be great if he could join, but if he couldn't, he was confident that he would be able to establish himself here. Huang Fu Liang stared at Su Yu, feeling encouraged. He was a man who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, but his ambition was not as good as that of a young boy like Su Yu. Indeed, the world was vast and mighty. Did he really have to join the Tai Chi faction to achieve anything? When he had traveled to the Sea of Constellations, he had only been a small single crown warrior. He had survived such a harsh environment and become a double crown warrior. Now that he had returned to the favorable environment of the 5-star city, why should he worry about not being able to achieve great things? Thinking of this, his depressed mood eased a lot, and he forced a smile. Yes, in this world, why should we draw a prison for ourselves? Without Yingfeng Fexiao, would Huang Fu Liang have been mediocre all his life? Huang Fu Liang patted Su Yu's shoulder. That's why I've decided to follow you. Su Yu rolled his eyes. What happened to his courage just now? Looking at the vast crowd, Su Yu thought carefully. Then let's find a place to discuss this. Let's see how we can find the resources of the martial emperors in the future. Huang Fu Liang said, there's a winery called Yunxiang House nearby. It produces all kinds of famous wines. Why don't we go in and have a seat? Sure. Yunxiang House's business was booming. Countless strong men came and went, including the martial emperors of the world. Martial emperors, who were rare in the 4-star city, could be found everywhere in the 5-star city. They were all here for the famous wine of Fragrant Cloud House. Su Yu and Huang Fu Liang finally found an empty table on the 3rd floor. I didn't expect Yunxiang House to still exist after so many years. Moreover, business is booming as usual. Huang Fu Liang said with nostalgia. He picked up the wine list and said, I know Brother Su has a lot of experience in your life, and there are many things that you don't care about. However, Fragrant Cloud House has a special wine that you have never tasted before. At the level of the martial emperors of heaven and earth, they rarely consumed food. The desolate energy in their bodies was enough to satisfy all their needs. Huang Fu Liang said it so mysteriously. Su Yu really wanted to try it. What's so special about it? Of course, Huang Fu Liang said. This wine is called Pure Yang. It is a divine wine brewed by Yunxiang House using the sun, moon, and stars in the void. It is also one of the few wines that can replenish one's desolate energy after drinking it. For Brother Su, whose cultivation level has fallen, the effects of this wine can be imagined. If you consume it for a long period of time, your cultivation level will definitely recover in less than 3 years. Su Yu was surprised. 3 years. But this wine is too expensive. I don't have much money, so I can only treat Brother Su to a drop. Huang Fu Liang looked embarrassed. A drop of wine? Isn't this too stingy? As if he understood Su Yu's meaning, Huang Fu Liang's face turned red. Brother Su, don't doubt me. This wine is measured in drops. A drop of wine costs 30 million divine stones. 30 million? Su Yu could not help but click his tongue. Many double-crown divine warriors only had 10 million divine stones in their lifetime savings. Even triple-crown divine warriors, such as the Baiyu sect master, only had 100 million divine stones. However, Su Yu had killed countless enemies on the Dark Star. The number of divine stones he had seized was astronomical, at least 10 billion. Especially the storage space of the Sword Alliance Master, which contained the savings of the entire Dark Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce over the years. He could still afford a few drops of wine. 2 drops of pure yang. Huangfu Liang reluctantly ordered the wine. The maidservant smiled sweetly. She looked at Huangfu Liang with a burning gaze. "All right, sir. I will place the order for you." To be able to afford such wine, he must be a disciple of the Tai Chi faction. Holding the menu, the maidservant quickly went to the counter to request for 2 drops of pure yang wine. Standing at the counter was a triple-crown divine warrior. He was the nephew of the Yunxiang house master. He was under 30 years old and looked serious. The shopkeeper took out a sealed space storage device. It was sealed with the special seal of the 4-crown divine warrior. He had to personally remove the seal to retrieve the 2 drops of pure yang divine wine. 2 customers, 60 million divine stones, the shopkeeper said calmly. He looked at the 2 of them. From their clothes and the yin and yang energies in their bodies, they were not disciples of the Tai Chi faction. Hence, there was no need to be too polite. Su Yu shook his head slightly. This person's attitude was not bad, but it was not polite. However, this was not important. Huangfu Liang did not say anything. He took out 2 bags, each filled with 30 million divine stones. The shopkeeper checked them and confirmed that there were no mistakes. He removed the seal on the storage device and took the bags. "Haha, Brother Su, have a taste of this wine." Huangfu Liang opened the storage device and took out a precious crystal pot. There were 2 drops of black and white liquid lying quietly inside. They were the so-called pure yang. Su Yu could feel that the crystal pot was filled with primordial energy. He could not help but take a closer look. Gathering the sun, moon, and stars to brew sounded incredible. At that moment, 2 more people walked into the Yunxiang house. They were dressed in the uniform of the Tai Chi faction and looked dignified. They were immediately noticed as soon as they entered, and they all looked at them with envy. Compared to the entire 5-star empire, the disciples of the Tai Chi faction were rare existences. Their status was extraordinary. The usually serious shopkeeper could not help but be moved. He smiled warmly and went forward to welcome them. "What brings Mr. Yang Hua and Fairy Inu here?" The former was the famous disciple of the famous elder Yingfeng Fexiao. He had recently broken through to the later stage of the 3-crown divine warrior and was quite famous. The latter was the rising star of the Tai Chi faction. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also talented in cultivation. She had reached the later stage of the 2-crown divine warrior. She had many suitors, and Yang Hua was one of them. "Give me 2 drops of pure yang. Let Inu have a taste," Yang Hua said with a smile. The shopkeeper's face stiffened. He said apologetically, "Mr. Yang Hua, we only provide 2 drops of pure yang every day. They have been sold out today." "Do you?" Yang Hua still had a smile on her face, but her gaze toward the shopkeeper was much colder. The shopkeeper shuddered. The Yunxiang house had been stable for many years. They did not fear Yang Hua, who was a 3-crown divine warrior. But 99% of Yunxiang house's pure yang was bought by the disciples of the Tai Chi faction. If Yang Hua said a few words about the Yunxiang house, it would affect the sales of pure yang. "I'll think of a way." The shopkeeper's mind was racing. He glanced at Su Yu's table. Realizing that their pure yang had not been opened, he immediately walked over and grabbed the crystal pot. He said expressionlessly, "Someone else wants pure yang. Come back another day." Compared to the disciples of the Tai Chi faction, the consequences of offending them were much lighter. Moreover, they might not dare to seek revenge on the Yunxiang house. Huangfu Liang could not help but be angry. They had paid and were about to drink, but the shopkeeper had snatched it from their hands. That was fine, but he still had a cold expression, as if they had done something wrong. Wait, how could Huangfu Liang swallow his anger? The shopkeeper's gaze turned cold. "What do you want?" Huangfu Liang was about to explode in anger, but Su Yu pressed on his shoulder. "Don't be impatient. It was their first time here. It was better not to offend anyone. Huang Fu Liang clenched his teeth and remained silent. Humph. The shopkeeper snorted coldly, turning to leave. You can take the wine back, but return our money as well, Su Yu said calmly. The shopkeeper turned his head and looked at Su Yu. He then said coldly, I have already said that you can come back tomorrow to drink. I have already taken the money, so there is no reason for me to return it. So, was it reasonable to take back their wine? That was 60 million. It was not a small sum to anyone. Don't go too far with the Yunxiang house. Huang Fu Liang slammed the table and stood up, startling the entire restaurant. The shopkeeper's expression turned cold. He lowered his voice and threatened, try shouting again. I won't let you walk out of the Yunxiang house. The aura of the three-crowned divine warrior was released, enveloping Su Yu and Huang Fu Liang. Su Yu was fine, but Huang Fu Liang's body swayed under the pressure of the aura. He sat down again. Don't act rashly. Su Yu pulled him back to his seat. My friend was rude. Goodbye. Holding Huang Fu Liang's hand, Su Yu left the table calmly. What the hell? The shopkeeper snorted, then raised his voice and said, these two guests are just messing around. We don't have to lower ourselves to their level. Only then did the customers look away. Huang Fu Liang felt like he was about to explode. It was the Yunxiang house who had humiliated them. They had lost 60 million divine stones, and now they were the ones messing around. However, what was more infuriating was that when he passed by Yang Hua, he ignored him and said to Fairy Inu behind him, the wine is here. Let's have a taste. Fairy Inu saw with her own eyes where the 2 drops of wine came from. She shook her head lightly. Forget it. It's just drinking wine. Why do you have to bully ordinary people? Haha, how is this bullying? Pure yang is not something that can be drunk with money. Only people of status like you and me deserve to drink it. Giving it to an unknown person is just a waste of God's gift. Huang Fu Liang stopped in his tracks. He understood what Yang Hua was implying. Was he implying that his background was unknown? Others might not know, but Yang Hua himself knew where he got the quota to become Ying Fengxiao's disciple. This was too much. However, Su Yu did not say a word. He pulled him away and did not give him a chance to vent his anger. Su Yu only let go of him when they were far away from the Yunxiang house. Brother Su, let's part ways here. You will only be humiliated if you follow me. Huang Fu Liang seemed to have given up on himself. He had been encouraged by Su Yu and had planned to go all out. However, the bullying from the Yunxiang house had made him feel that he was just a useless nobody. Achieving anything? Dream on. So, we are going to return our humiliation now, Su Yu said calmly. If you don't want to go, forget it. Huang Fu Liang was moved. Brother Su, are you going to take revenge? Chapter 1967. Of course, Su Yu said matter-of-factly. There was never a time when he did not seek revenge. Then why did you stop me just now? I was going to teach Yunxiang House a lesson even if it meant risking everything. So that's all you want to do? Su Yu asked. I humiliated you like that, and all I did was vent my anger in front of you and smash a few chairs and tables. That's not even a fraction of your 60 million divine stones. Brother Su, what do you plan to do? Huang Fu Liang knew that Su Yu would not do anything petty if he did. I'm going to tear down Yunxiang House, of course. It's better to shut down a restaurant that humiliates its customers like this, Su Yu said calmly. Huang Fu Liang took a light breath. Brother Su, you may not know this, but the master of Yunxiang House is a 4-crown divine warrior and is on good terms with some of the Yin-Yang elders of the Tai Chi faction. It won't be easy to tear down Yunxiang House. Su Yu shrugged, not taking it seriously. Moreover, Huang Fu Liang added, with Yunxiang House's reputation, it's only a matter of time before the restaurant is torn down and rebuilt. The most important thing for Yunxiang House now was not its shop, but its reputation. Destroying the shop would only hurt Yunxiang House a little. It wouldn't take long, and it wouldn't take many divine stones to rebuild it. Since it's been torn down, I won't give it a chance to rebuild, Su Yu said calmly, walking back with his hands behind his back. Huang Fu Liang was surprised. Where did Su Yu's confidence come from? He had just arrived and didn't know any powerful people. Who would help him tear down Yunxiang House? He followed Su Yu skeptically. After a round, they came to an ordinary restaurant not far from Yunxiang House. They found a table on the second floor by the window, ordered a few dishes, and ate slowly. At the same time, Yunxiang House. Yang Hua and Fairy Inu occupied the empty table. Perfect, we even saved the table, Yang Hua said with a smile. He had no sympathy for Huangfu Liang. He shouldn't be blamed for taking everything he had. He should blame himself for not being able to hold on to what belonged to him. The young shopkeeper put down the wine pot with a smile. Please enjoy. Then, he smiled and retreated. Yang Hua took a whiff of the fragrant pure yang wine and praised, as expected of the famous pure yang wine. Fragrant Cloud House only produces 4 drops of this wine every day. It is very difficult to buy. Junior Marshall's sister Yin Yu, have a taste. Fairy Yin Yu's pretty face turned cold. She leaned back on the soft leather chair and did not say a word. She was not in the mood to savor the pure yang that she had obtained by bullying the weak. However, it seemed that Yang Hua could not be blamed. She could only blame the shopkeeper of the Fragrant Cloud House for taking advantage of his position to bully others. Senior brother Yang Hua, please help yourself. I want to drink something else. Fairy Yin Yu smiled and ordered some famous classic wines. Yang Hua did not mind. Goddess Yin Yu was just like that. Sometimes, she pursued purity too much. What was morality to him? Is it edible? Was Huangfu Liang moral enough? Hundreds of thousands of years had passed, but he still did not forget to come back from afar to pay his respects to his martial uncle, remembering the kindness of his guidance in the past. But so what? Didn't he get kicked away by Shubwa like a dog? Now, he had fallen to the point where even a restaurant owner could bully him. How pitiful. All right. Yang Hua chuckled and opened the wine pot. He poured a drop of pure yang into his mouth. Instantly, an amazing spiciness bloomed on the tip of his tongue. Pure yang energy flowed into his limbs and bones, making him feel warm all over. His stagnant cultivation level improved a little. As expected of pure yang, actually, with Yang Hua's wealth, he could not use pure yang for a long time. It was rare for him to have dinner with the #1 fairy of the Tai Chi faction, so he was especially generous this time. After tasting a drop, Yang Hua could not hold back his desire. Yin Yu, you really don't want to drink it? Yin Yu shook her head slightly. Senior martial brother, you can drink it if you like it. I only need a pot of Lone Moon. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Yang Hua swallowed the second drop without hesitation. That warm and comfortable feeling surged up again, causing Yang Hua to stretch her body comfortably. Good wine is good wine. Not far away, the young shopkeeper's lips curled into a proud smile. Of course, no one who had drunk pure yang would say anything bad about it. Suddenly, Yang Hua's expression froze. He held his stomach in surprise. Then, a piercing pain assaulted her, causing Yang Hua to groan softly. What's wrong? Fairy Yin Yu asked in surprise. Yang Hua instilled some primordial power into his stomach and shook his head. I should be fine. Maybe my body can't take 2 drops of pure yang in a row. Before he could finish speaking, an even more heart-wrenching pain came crashing down. Ah! Yang Hua could not help but cry out in pain. He hurriedly instilled more primordial power into his stomach to suppress the pain. However, the pain did not subside. With his stomach as the center, it spread in all directions. His chest, limbs, and head all felt a heart-wrenching pain. What's going on? My body. Ah. Yang Hua's consciousness told him that his symptoms were not caused by drinking too much. There was something wrong with the wine. At that moment, he did not care how pathetic he looked. He hurriedly said, Fairy Yin Yu, bring me back to my master's residence. Don't let anyone touch me on the way. Someone poisoned the wine and wants to harm me. Fairy Yin Yu's expression changed drastically. In recent years, there had been many cases of Taiji sect disciples dying tragically. Occasionally, disciples would go missing for no reason. When she heard this, she immediately acted as if she was facing a great enemy. She released a great desolate power to protect the 2 of them. Her eyes warily looked around and at the same time, she grabbed Yang Hua and quickly flew away. Before leaving, he took the wine flask that contained pure yang with him. The young restaurant owner, who was sorting out the accounts at the front desk, was caught off guard when he saw this strange scene. He said, "You too, I'll ask the owner immediately. Please wait a moment. Get out of my way." Fairy Yin Yu had long disliked this person, so she was even more cautious now. The young shopkeeper's heart was filled with anxiety, and he had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. How could he be poisoned? That was impossible. Could it be that the two people just now had poisoned the wine jug before they left? However, he did not give any explanation. He grabbed the wine flask directly. It was very difficult for them to poison the wine in front of him. With their cultivation, it was impossible for them to do it. Could they have poisoned it in advance? But it did not make sense. Before Yang Hua came, how could they know what was going to happen? His mind was in a mess, and he could not think of any useful clues. He could only watch as Fairy Yin Yu helped Yang Hua away. The commotion caused by this scene was too great. The expressions of the guests present changed, and they looked at the wine in front of them in bewilderment. "Let's go. Although the wine is good, your life is more important." Soon, the Yunxiang house, which was full of people, was empty. In the private room of the restaurant opposite, Huangfu Liang was surprised. "Brother Su, what did you do?" Su Yu curled up the corners of his mouth. "Of course, I added some of my unique ingredients into the wine pot." He tapped the table with his fingertips, and a faintly discernible aura of death surrounded the table. With his control of the space law, time law, and death law, how difficult would it be for him to sneak the aura of death into the pure yang wine in front of the restaurant owner? What was rare was that the pure yang wine contained dense pure yang energy. Some of the aura of death mixed into it could not be seen, or even felt. Even if the 4 crown emperors were here, it would be difficult for them to notice anything amiss. Ha ha ha. I knew that Brother Su would not be willing to suffer a loss. Huangfu Liang's gloomy mood was swept away, and he laughed heartily. Su Yu smiled. "Do you think my wine is so easy to steal?" Huangfu Liang calmed down a little and said, "Won't this kill Yang Hua? If he dies, Yingfeng Xiao will be furious. If he investigates, the two of us will not be able to escape responsibility. So what if he dies?" Su Yu did not care. As the Yin-Yang elder, we need evidence, right? How can we prove that we did it? Also, you can rest assured that I will not let him die. If he dies, who will help us tear down the Yunxiang house? Huangfu Liang heaved a sigh of relief. He then asked, "Do you still have a plan?" "It's not me, it's Yang Hua." At the same time, Yingfeng Xiao was teaching a talented female disciple in the garden. Suddenly, Fairy Yin Yu hurried over under the steward's lead. "Uncle Yingfeng, please take a look at senior brother Yang Hua." Yingfeng Xiao's expression changed slightly. He came over in a flash and said, "How did he become like this?" "Senior brother Yang Hua invited me to drink their pure yang wine at the Yunxiang house, but I did not drink it. Senior brother Yang Hua only drank 2 drops, and he became like this. We suspect that someone is trying to harm us." Yingfeng Xiao's expression changed, and he immediately examined Yang Hua. His eyes were filled with shock. The death law. He pressed his hands on Yang Hua's abdomen at the same time, and with a sudden grab, he pulled out hundreds of hair-thin black silk threads from Yang Hua's body. A thick aura of death made people shudder. Fairy Yin Yu felt a chill run down her spine, and she could not help but step back. Her eyes were wide open. A mysterious person who was good at death had attacked them. The death law was one of the 8 great profounds. How terrifying would a person who had mastered the 8 great profounds be? She could not help but think of a terrifying figure in a black robe shrouded in a terrifying aura of death. Yingfeng Xiao was also very serious, and he carefully got rid of the power of death. Then, his face darkened. "Tell me the details. Remember, don't leave out any details." Fairy Yin Yu then explained the ins and outs of the matter clearly. After listening to her, Yingfeng Xiao instinctively suspected that Huangfu Liang was the most likely person to take revenge on Yang Hua. However, if Huangfu Liang had comprehended the death law, would he need to come back here? Therefore, the problem was still with the Yunxiang house. Seeing his beloved disciple falling into a deep coma, Elder Yingfeng was furious. "Bring me to the Yunxiang house." Fairy Yin Yu nodded. This matter must be clarified. Apart from them, Elder Yingfeng also brought a few powerful disciples to the Yunxiang house, and they formed a team of about 10 people. At this moment, the Yunxiang house was temporarily closed, and the door was unlocked. Before they got close, they heard a friendly middle-aged voice. "Elder Yingfeng, sorry for not going out to meet you." A hook-nosed middle-aged man walked out of the door, and he cupped his fists. "I know why Elder Yingfeng is here. Please come in and talk." Chapter 1968. The hook-nosed middle-aged man closed the door and immediately said, "I swear on my hundreds of thousands of years of reputation that there is something fishy about this matter. It is definitely not our Yunxiang house's doing. Those 2 guests are very suspicious. I can help the Taiji sect arrest them." Pa, hearing them shirk responsibility as soon as he arrived, Ying Fengxiao angrily slammed the table and stood up. At the same time, he shook his sleeve, and a confined power of death appeared. "You mean to say that the 2 crowned emperors have mastered one of the 8 profoundness, the law of death?" "Hiss. Law of death." The hook-nosed middle-aged man inhaled sharply. "I thought the 8 profundities were just a legend." If he had not seen it with his own eyes, it would be hard to believe that someone had really mastered the 8 profundities. "Stop putting on an act. I heard the details. Those 2 had no chance to release the power of death. Only your Yunxiang house has the highest possibility," Ying Fengxiao said angrily. The hook-nosed middle-aged man recovered from his shock, but there was no panic on his face. His Yunxiang house had been established for hundreds of thousands of years. If they really had the intention to harm the Taiji sect disciples, why would they wait until now? Moreover, it was in Yunxiang house's restaurant. Wasn't this a blatant lie? Ying Fengxiao was sure that this was not Yunxiang house's doing. However, Ying Fengxiao wanted to stand up for his disciple. It seemed like he had to bleed a lot. "I can swear that this was not done by my Cloud Fragrance House, but Yang Hua met with danger in my restaurant. My Cloud Fragrance House is duty-bound and willing to compensate 60 million divine stones to buy some tonics for Yang Hua so that he can recover soon." Ying Fengxiao snorted. 60 million? You mean to say that my disciple doesn't have to pay for the wine and deserves to be harmed? Then, in your opinion, Elder Ying, how much is appropriate? Ying Fengxiao snorted. "Not much, 1 billion divine stones." 1 billion. The young shopkeeper inhaled sharply. Wasn't this asking for too much? Yunxiang House seemed to have a booming business, and the things they sold were extremely expensive, but the cost of all the divine wines was equally high. Even after several years, they could not earn 1 billion. Ying Fengxiao really dared to ask. The hook-nosed middle-aged man's expression darkened. "Elder Ying, this is not a discussion." "Who is discussing with you?" "I'm informing you." Ying Fengxiao was unforgiving. "If you do not satisfy my disciple today, I will immediately invite them to Taiji sect's law and discipline peak. Let's see if they will still allow your Yunxiang house to continue operating." The expressions of the eagle-eyed hook-nosed man and his nephew changed drastically upon hearing the words discipline and discipline peak. Discipline peak was an independent force of the Taiji sect. It was under the control of the Taiji sect's sect master, and its function was to restrain all violations of the Taiji sect's commandments. Most importantly, they were not only responsible for the disciples of the Taiji sect but also the entire Taiji civilization. It could be said that wherever there was a crime, they would be able to control it. Furthermore, he had great authority and could act first and report later. The eagle-eyed middle-aged man asked himself how many yin-yang elders he had befriended, and he was not afraid of the yin-yang elders. But in front of Discipline Peak, what was Yunxiang House? Even the most powerful forces would have to lower their heads in front of the Discipline Peak. If Discipline Peak was really called over, Yunxiang House would immediately close down. "Elder Ying, can you make an exception? Such a huge amount of wealth is really, then there's no need for further discussion. Let's go to the Discipline Peak." The eagle-eyed middle-aged man's expression changed abruptly. He gritted his teeth. "Wait. I'll agree. 1 billion divine stones will be sent to Elder Ying's residence in 3 days. That's more like it. Only then did Ying Fengxiao's expression soften. The eagle-eyed middle-aged man forced a smile. Elder Ying, please don't spread word of this matter. Otherwise, Yunxiang House's reputation will be tarnished, and it will be difficult for us to continue operating. As long as you pay up, everything can be discussed. In other words, if the 1 billion divine stones had not arrived, Yunxiang House would have to wait to close down. After sending off Ying Fengxiao and a disciple, the eagle-eyed middle-aged man's expression completely collapsed. 1 billion. It was equivalent to working for nothing for the past few years. A bunch of ruthless wolves. The eagle-eyed middle-aged man cursed in a low voice. The young shopkeeper also said resentfully, "Uncle, we didn't do anything shameful. So what if we're called over to discipline Peak?" Slap. The eagle-eyed middle-aged man turned around and slapped him across the face. He scolded angrily, "Isn't this all your fault, you little brat? How many times have I warned you to welcome people with a smile when doing business? Don't offend anyone, even if that person looks inconspicuous. Look at you now. You've directly angered a Deathlaw adept, and you've lost 1 billion divine stones." He had asked his nephew about the ins and outs of the matter, but his nephew was hesitant. So, he directly asked a few waiters on duty, and learned that his nephew had not only snatched the wine that the shopkeeper was about to drink, but had also withheld 60 million divine stones from the shopkeeper. Hearing this, he knew that the culprits must be those 2 people. Although they looked ordinary, one of them must be very powerful. As expected, one of them was a Deathlaw adept. That was the most terrifying existence among the 8 great laws. Those who cultivated this law were all murderous, sinister, and terrifying figures. His nephew's arrogance and rudeness could be considered to have attracted an unusually terrifying person to him. Now that he had lost a few years' worth of income, he hated his nephew to the bone. "Uncle, I'm sorry." The young shopkeeper covered his face. The eagle-eyed middle-aged man scolded angrily, "What's the use of apologizing to me? Can you change back 1 billion divine stones?" His nephew's arrogance had caused Yunxiang House to suffer greatly. However, he was more resentful of those 2 people. Their methods could be said to have put Yunxiang House in danger. "You'd better remember what you've suffered this time. If you dare to look down on me again, scram." The young man heaved a sigh of relief. He had escaped a disaster. In the opposite restaurant, Huangfu Liang could not help but laugh out loud when he saw Yingfeng Fexiao and the others leave contentedly. "Ha ha ha, guess how much Yunxiang House has lost?" Su Yu smiled lightly. "At least not less than your 60 million divine stones." "Ha ha, then I'm relieved. Let Yunxiang House learn a lesson in blood, and my anger has been resolved." Huangfu Liang felt much better. "Oh, you're satisfied just like that?" Su Yu nodded. "Yunxiang House only sent Yingfeng Fexiao, not you." Huangfu Liang said, "What else do you want?" Su Yu said thoughtfully, "Aren't we thinking about how to establish ourselves in the future? Isn't there an opportunity right now?" His lips curled into a mysterious smile. A few days later, Yunxiang House reopened for business. This time, the eagle-eyed middle-aged man personally oversaw the place to prevent anyone from causing trouble. After a month, Yunxiang House returned to normal. The eagle-eyed middle-aged man thought to himself, that person should be appeased after getting his revenge. As he was thinking, a group of Tai Chi faction disciples entered Yunxiang House, chatting and laughing. Senior Qin has opened up a brand new nursery for the Tai Chi faction. The faction will reward you handsomely this time. Haha, thinking about how precious the 9-yin grass is, it's impossible to grow it in normal soil and environment. Our sect has searched for many years, but we haven't found a suitable artificial planting ground. I didn't expect Senior Brother Qin to find it. I'm so envious. Before Senior Qin becomes rich, I have to hug Senior Qin's thigh. The one being complimented was a young disciple in his early 30s, Qin Wei Yang. He had a cultivation base of a double crown martial artist. Normally, he did not stand out in the faction, and was considered very inconspicuous. On this trip, he had accidentally found a piece of rare mist gold soil under a cliff. It was an extremely rare ancient landform. He had tried to plant a seed of the 9-yin grass there. After a few years, it had sprouted successfully. When the news spread, all the elders were shocked. The 9-yin grass was the main ingredient for refining the 9-yin elixir, a secret medicine unique to the Tai Chi faction. What was the 9-yin elixir? It was a heaven-defying medicine that the Tai Chi faction's 3 great emperors could use to cultivate. Every one of them was extremely precious. Even the elders had to accumulate hundreds of years of merit to exchange for one from the faction. However, because the environment in which the 9-yin grass grew was extremely harsh, this elixir was very rare. Every one of them was a rare item that could make the yin-yang elders fight to the death for them. Therefore, one could imagine how great Qin Weiyang's contribution was this time. At the very least, he would be rewarded with a 9-yin elixir. If he was lucky, he might be chosen by a yin-yang elder and be accepted as a disciple. His status could be said to have risen with the tide. Therefore, many friends who were not too distant or too close to him warmly invited him to congratulate him. Qin Weiyang was overwhelmed by the favor and gladly agreed. The eagle-eyed middle-aged man was delighted. With so many Tai Chi faction disciples, he would make a fortune today. However, he also became cautious. To prevent a similar poisoning incident from happening again, he personally delivered all the wine they ordered. Moreover, he deliberately left all the tables nearby empty to prevent anyone from approaching and poisoning them. However, he did not notice that there was a faint speck of dust on Qin Weiyang's shoulder. The 10 or so Tai Chi faction disciples chatted for an hour before leaving. Seeing that they were fine, the eagle-eyed middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like that person had completely left and would not cause trouble again. Just as he was thinking, Qin Weiyang suddenly clutched his stomach and fell to the ground in pain. "Senior brother Qin, what's wrong?" "Ouch, my stomach, my chest hurts." Me too. "Not good, the wine is poisoned. Someone wants to harm us. Quick, leave Yunxiang house and call for help on the street." Recently, there had been rumors about the Tai Chi faction. Their masters had warned them to be careful when they went out. If they encountered something wrong, it was best to find a crowded place to call for help. At this moment, there were Tai Chi faction disciples occasionally walking on the streets. If they met with them, they would be safe. The group of Tai Chi faction disciples who could walk all staggered out of the clouds and collapsed on the streets, shouting, "Quick! Quick! Inform the Tai Chi faction." The eagle-eyed middle-aged man's mind went blank. Something big had happened. More than 10 Tai Chi faction disciples had been poisoned at the same time. They could not hide it even if they wanted to. As expected, someone immediately informed the nearby Tai Chi faction base. A group of Tai Chi faction elders rushed over and immediately rescued the unconscious disciples inside and outside Yunxiang house. Among those who participated in the rescue was Ying Fengxiao. Chapter 1969. Fortunately, like Yang Hua, her life was not in danger. She was only in a deep coma and needed some time to recuperate. "I remember this disciple is called Qin Weiyang. He was the one who discovered the new nursery. How could it be him? It's over. He is the only one who knows the exact location of the nursery. The faction master has decided to summon him in 2 days to ask about the details. What should we do now that she is in a deep coma? What else can we do? Report the truth. This is going to be a big problem. If an ordinary disciple had fallen into a coma, the few yin-yang elders could still take charge and resolve the matter on the spot. But Qin Weiyang's identity was special. They could only report the matter truthfully. No one dared to hide anything. The eagle-eyed man's lips trembled as he listened to their conversation. It's over. In the restaurant opposite, Huangfu Liang was invited by Su Yu again after a month. All of a sudden, Su Yu's figure appeared on the empty seat in front of him. Isn't this too cruel? Huangfu Liang clicked his tongue. Directly attacking a dozen Tai Chi faction disciples. Even if the Yunxiang house did not die, it would still be in deep trouble. Su Yu calmly said, "Let's wait for the results." In less than 2 hours, a group of Tai Chi faction members wearing white robes, black swords at their waists, and purple hairpins arrived at the Yunxiang house solemnly. Huangfu Liang's eyelids twitched. Oh my! They have indeed alarmed the discipline peak. Discipline peak? Does that mean we can already see the results? Suyu said. Huangfu Liang shook his head. Not necessarily. The ones in charge of discipline are humans, and humans make mistakes. So, if the eagle-eyed man was smart enough, nothing would happen. Inside the Yunxiang house, the eagle-eyed man swept his gaze across the table, stepping forward and immediately saying, "Sirs, please investigate. I have been doing business for hundreds of thousands of years, and I do not have the heart of a servant. You can search every corner of the restaurant. Cert." The leader was a law enforcement officer with a square face who seemed to be full of righteousness. The group of enforcers immediately rummaged through the cabinets, looking for suspicious items. After searching, they all returned. There are no suspicious items. The eagle-eyed man hurriedly offered his storage space artifact with both hands. "This is my personal storage ring. Please take a look, sirs." The leader's eyes flashed with a hint of warmth. Luckily, the Yunxiang housemaster was sensible. Although it was called an inspection, it was actually giving them benefits in disguise. The leader took the storage device and scanned it, only to find that there was nothing else inside except 1,000,000,000 god stones. He smiled knowingly and took the 900 million divine stones in one go. Then, he handed the storage ring to someone else. "Well, for the sake of fairness, you guys check it one by one." A few law enforcement officers did the same thing and filled their own pockets. After looking through it, he returned the spatial storage device and said, "The inspection is complete. There are no suspicious items." However, the large-scale poisoning of the Tai Chi sect disciples happened in the Cloud Fragrance House after all, so during this period, the Cloud Fragrance House should cooperate with our investigation at any time. Since they dared to accept money from Fragrant Cloud House, they naturally understood that the deaths of the Taiji sect disciples were caused by someone else. If Yunxiang Gazebo wanted to become enemies with the Taiji sect, they would not be so stupid. "That's easy. Our Fragrant Cloud House will be at your service at any time," the eagle-eyed man said. The leader's eyes flickered. "Yes, it's best to take a sample of the divine wine and test it on the spot. What do you think? Do you have any objections?" The eagle-eyed middle-aged man knew that they wanted to extort another sum of money. It was not that the eagle-eyed middle-aged man was distressed. Now that things had come to this, he had to cross this threshold at all costs. The problem was that he already had a psychological shadow and did not dare to give the wine to outsiders. "What, you're not willing? Or are you feeling guilty?" The leader's face darkened slightly. The eagle-eyed middle-aged man hurriedly said, No, that's not what I meant." Thinking about it carefully, many of the law enforcement officers were 3 crown emperors. They were different from Qin Wei Yang and the others. There should not be anything wrong, right? Thinking about it, he took out a pot of pure yang. There were a total of 10 drops inside, just enough for each of them. The law enforcement officers' eyes immediately burned. This was the legendary pure yang. Usually, they could not bear to drink it even if they were beaten to death. Now, they had taken the opportunity to take advantage of it. "Sirs, please test it." The leader said righteously, "Yes, everyone test 1 drop and see what's going on." Starting from him, everyone tasted a drop. After tasting it, the group of leaders was satisfied. "Retreat." The eagle-eyed middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief. They had finally overcome this hurdle. However, at this moment, the group of law enforcement officers suddenly had pained expressions. Their bodies were filled with extremely dense death energy, visible to the naked eye. "Ah, what did you give us to drink?" The leader covered his neck, his eyes bulging and his expression ferocious. The eagle-eyed middle-aged man was already numb. He wanted to laugh but could not. The law of death is terrifying indeed. It's everywhere. I admit defeat. The eagle-eyed middle-aged man's expression was sluggish. He smiled bitterly and walked out of Cloud Fragrance House. He entered the crowd and did not look back. He had completely given up hope of saving Cloud Fragrance House. The people of Discipline Peak were all poisoned to the ground. How could Cloud Fragrance House be saved? Rather than that, it was better to pack up and run away gratefully. Otherwise, they would be treated as scapegoats by the Tai Chi sect. Not long after, the entire Tai Chi city was in an uproar. The people of Discipline Peak inspected Cloud Fragrance House. They were all poisoned to the ground. They barely managed to keep their lives after desperately trying to save them. Now, who dared to say that Cloud Fragrance House did not deliberately harm the Tai Chi sect? Discipline Peak was furious. They actually poisoned Discipline Peak. This was the same as provoking the Tai Sway. Discipline Peak sent hundreds of law enforcers down the mountain. In a rage, they tore down Cloud Fragrance House and arrested all the people related to Cloud Fragrance House. Among them, the eagle-eyed middle-aged man had already fled the five-star civilization with his family's assets. His nephew was left behind. He was caught by the people of Discipline Peak and brought to the Tai Chi sect's prison to be interrogated. Witnessing this scene, Huangfu Liang was stunned speechless. In just 1 month, Cloud Fragrance House, which had been established for hundreds of thousands of years, had been demolished. Everything was just as Su Yu had said. It had been completely demolished. This is ruthless, Huangfu Liang said. But when he recalled the humiliation he had suffered at Cloud Fragrance House, he calmed down. This kind of restaurant should just vanish into thin air. All right, it's our turn. Su Yu slowly stood up. Huangfu Liang said, "What are you going to do?" "To establish a foothold in the Tai Chi sect, of course." Cloud Fragrance House's poisoning of the Tai Chi sect had shaken the Tai Chi civilization. No one would have thought that Cloud Fragrance House, which had been established for hundreds of thousands of years, would harbor evil intentions. Luckily, we were lucky and did not drink the poisoned wine. I can only say that those people were too unlucky. If you ask me, the Cloud Fragrance House master is too stupid. Not only did he poison Yang Hua, but he also poisoned a group of disciples. Not only did he poison a group of disciples, he even dared to poison the people of Discipline Peak. It's unbelievable. Stupid. Haha, this is called the darkest place under the lamp. He is very shrewd. Let me ask you, in front of Discipline Peak, would you believe that he did it, or that someone else framed him? Hearing this, everyone came to a sudden realization. He is indeed cunning. After poisoning a group of people of Discipline Peak, he ran away. Only now did he reveal his true colors. TSK, he really hid his true colors well. Sigh, what a pity. It will be difficult to find good wine in the future. As they spoke, they passed by the former site of Cloud Fragrance House. They found that the ruins had been demolished, and a magnificent restaurant named Wine Inquiry had been rebuilt. Someone has rented this shop again so quickly. And it's also selling wine. Why don't we try something new? The 3 Tai Chi faction disciples entered and found that it was deserted. Because it was newly opened, it was not very popular. "What kind of divine wine do you have here?" In front of the counter was a handsome, silver-haired man. He said calmly, "We don't sell divine wine." "Then you sell wine to mortals?" "Shopkeeper, is this worth it? The rent for this place is no less than 10 million godstones a year." The silver-haired man smiled faintly. "We don't sell mortal wine either. It's not divine wine, but it's not ordinary wine either." "What kind of wine is it?" "Forget it, take out the wine list. We'll just choose." The silver-haired man said, "There is no wine list. We only sell one kind of wine." "Ah, one kind?" The silver-haired man casually took out a crudely made wine pot. There was a transparent liquid inside. "Try it." "How much?" 10 million, for a drop. The Tai Chi faction disciples were stunned. 10 million? Open the lid. We'll smell it and know if it's worth the price. The silver-haired man sighed. "Seeing that you're the first batch of customers, I'll sell it to you at an extra discount. Once I open this wine, it won't be easy for you to buy it for another 10 million. Haha, this shopkeeper is an interesting person. All right, open it. We'll buy it no matter how much it costs." The silver-haired man did not say anything else. He opened the lid of the wine pot. The Tai Chi faction disciples sniffed it hard. The shopkeeper was selling it at such a high price. The fragrance of the wine must be extraordinary. However, there was no fragrance for a long time. "Hey, shopkeeper, What kind of wine did you brew? It's not even comparable to mortal wine. The silver-haired man said, I didn't brew it. I just mixed some special ingredients with water. What? You call this wine? The Tai Chi faction disciples could not help but laugh. This shopkeeper is really funny. He only makes fun of customers. All right, you can entertain yourself. We'll wait for Spirit Choice Restaurant. The few of them laughed and walked out of the restaurant. However, as soon as they walked out, they felt a few powerful auras breaking through the air and heading straight in their direction. Are those the yin-yang elders? Several of them. In an instant, 4 to 5 yin-yang elders walked toward them with faces full of shock. We didn't do anything wrong, did we? I don't think so. No one knows that we peeped on junior sister bathing last month, right? The few Tai Chi faction disciples stood motionless. They were extremely nervous. However, the 5 yin-yang elders did not even look at them. They directly entered the restaurant behind them and followed some kind of aura to arrive in front of the shopkeeper. Wu Shuang stared at the wine pot in the shopkeeper's hand. What is this? One of the yin-yang elders asked in surprise. An old man who came later stared at the wine pot and said, no matter what it is, I'll buy it all. You can name the price. The few Tai Chi faction disciples at the door were instantly dumbfounded. They stared at the wine pot again, not understanding what was going on with the yin-yang elders. How could something mixed with water attract 5 yin-yang elders? Chapter 1970. By the time they realized that they had missed out on something good, there were already 8 or 9 yin-yang elders gathered in the newly opened Wonjiu. Among them was Yingfeng Fexiao, who lived nearby. When he noticed that the shopkeeper was a silver-haired man, Yingfeng Fexiao was slightly surprised. It's you. Wasn't he the disciple that Huangfu Liang had recommended to him? Are you the shopkeeper? Yingfeng Fexiao asked. The silver-haired man shook his head. To be exact, I am the owner. The shopkeeper has hired someone else. Come out and receive the guests. All right. A well-dressed youth walked out from the back of the hall. He looked energetic and wore a professional smile. Owner. It was naturally Huangfu Liang. We have guests. You will be in charge of entertaining them. Su Yu passed the wine pot that had attracted the attention of many yin-yang elders to Huangfu Liang. Yes, don't worry. They were the ones who had bought the abandoned Yunxiang house and built a brand new restaurant called Wonjiu. Elders, how much do you want? Huangfu Liang asked with a smile. 1 pot, I want all of it. Huangfu Liang nodded. 1 drop is 30 million divine stones. 1 pot has 100 drops, which is 3 billion divine stones. 3 billion? The yin-yang elder coughed violently, his eyes wide. Isn't this too expensive? The same price as pure yang. It's not expensive. Pure yang can only slightly increase one's cultivation level, but our taishu contains rich absolute beginning energy in every drop. I don't think I need to explain what absolute beginning energy can do, right? Elders, you should know better than me. The expressions of the yin-yang elders changed. At their level, famous wines like pure yang were not attractive to them. Few elders would spend a fortune to buy pure yang. Usually, it was the disciples who joined in the fun. They all knew very well why they were gathered here. Because just now, they suddenly sensed the appearance of an unusual aura. It was the extremely rare absolute beginning energy of the absolute beginning realm. Its rarity was comparable to the 9-yin elixir. Ever since the establishment of a 5-star civilization, absolute beginning energy had only been found in some ancient regions. Once it had appeared, it had been sold out. Alpha origin Qi was the first wisp of Qi that separated the heavens and earth. Everything in the world was derived from Alpha origin Qi. Although they were unable to transform the primordial Qi into anything they wanted, it could nourish their law chains and strengthen their laws after they consumed it. The strengthening of the laws could not only make the power of their chains of law stronger, but it could also make their chains of law more powerful. More importantly, the toughness of the laws was the key to breaking through to become a Tao Lord in the future. Compared to the weak progress in cultivation, divine items that could temper the laws were much rarer. It was definitely worth it to sell it for 30 million. One of the yin-yang elders pondered for a moment before deciding to give it a try. Let's try one drop first and see its effect. I'll take a drop too. The 12 elders each bought a drop. Only Yingfeng Xiao hesitated for a long time before stepping forward and revealing a smile. Lai Yang, I didn't expect you to be so amazing. To be able to make a divine wine with absolute beginning qi, the younger generation will surpass us in time. Huangfu Liang smiled professionally. Elder Ying is flattering me. The smile on Yingfeng Xiao's face deepened, and he said, when you have time, come visit the mansion. I can give you some pointers on your cultivation. The goodwill in his words couldn't be more obvious. Huangfu Liang's heart skipped a beat. For a moment, he seemed to see the scene of Yingfeng Xiao giving him pointers in the past. But it was only for a moment. He no longer had any attachment to the fake past. Elder Ying, you are very busy. How could I disturb you? Huangfu Liang rejected him tactfully, and asked, Elder Ying, do you want the Taishu as well? Yingfeng Xiao was disappointed that he couldn't win him over. A tinge of regret surfaced in his heart. Why didn't Huangfu Liang tell him earlier that he had such a friend? If he had told him, he wouldn't have been so heartless that day. It would be extremely difficult to restore their relationship now. It turned out that he still didn't like Huangfu Liang. What he wanted was the Taishu wine in Su Yu's hands. He thought that if he could win Su Yu over to his disciple's side, he would know where the Taishu wine came from and how it was brewed. Unfortunately, Huangfu Liang didn't give him the chance. Then I'll take a drop and try it first, Yingfeng Xiao said. The group of elders didn't leave after obtaining the Taishu wine. They consumed it on the spot in the restaurant, using it to temper their rules and observe its effects. What a pure primordial energy. It's a top-grade wine. Several yin-yang elders' eyes shone after consuming it. Primordial energy was also divided into different levels of purity. Some primordial energy had existed for too long and had been contaminated by impurities, resulting in insufficient purity. Naturally, its effects would be greatly reduced. However, the primordial energy in the Taishu wine was unbelievably pure, without any impurities. The wine was only sold for 30 million a drop, which was a reasonable price. At least, it was compared to pure yang. I'll take another 10 drops. 20 drops. 5 drops. After confirming the true effects of the Taishu wine, the yin-yang elders tossed in 100 million divine stones. I'm sorry, there are only 88 drops left. Each person is limited to 10 drops at most. Yingfeng Xiao frowned. Is this the only pot? Huangfu Liang smiled. The brewing process of the Taishu wine is extremely complicated. We can only brew 3 pots in a month. Today is the opening ceremony, so we're allowed to sell 1 more pot. From now on, the daily limit will be 10 drops. Although many of the yin-yang elders were unhappy, they had no choice but to accept it. Pure yang was already limited every day, let alone the more precious Taishu wine. 10 drops it is. When the last drop of pure yang was sold, they had earned 3 billion divine stones. Manager Huangfu, let's make a deal. 10 drops a day is too little. It's not enough for us at all. Can you ask your boss to think of a way to brew a few more pots? One of the yin-yang elders said what everyone was thinking. Huangfu Liang pondered. Rules are rules. Logically speaking, we can't change them. However, our boss has considered your requests, so he said that we'll try to brew 1 more pot. Hearing this, the yin-yang elders' expressions relaxed slightly. Fortunately, 1 more pot would be more effective. However, we won't use money to exchange for that pot. Instead, we'll use 9 yin pill fragments. 1 drop of Taishu for 1 9 yin pill fragment. Hearing this, the yin-yang elders' expressions changed. 9 yin pill fragments. That's not worth it, right? Yingfeng Xiao hesitated. Due to the scarcity of 9 yin pills in the past, the exchange of 9 yin pills in the Taiji sect depended on the disciples' performance. If they made a contribution, they would have the chance to get a fragment of the 9 yin pill pattern. When they gathered 100 fragments, they could use the complete pattern to apply for a 9 yin pill from Elder Tian. What was rare was that the exchanger was not limited to the faction's disciples. If one had the ability to gather 100 fragments from different channels, the Taiji sect would exchange for all. This was also why the Taiji sect was so popular. In some ways, the Taiji sect did not isolate the sect from civilization. It allowed disciples outside the sect to have the opportunity to obtain resources. However, few disciples would exchange the 9-yin pill fragments for other things. The 9-yin pill was related to the cultivation of the emperor level. Unless they had no other choice, few people would be willing to do so. Thus, the group of yin-yang elders revealed reluctant expressions. Huangfu Liang said, "We only provide the quota of taishu. If you want more, you'll have to pay a higher price. Of course, we won't force you. The decision is in the hands of the elders." The elders thought about it and gave up the idea. The 10 drops they had were enough for them to cultivate for a while. They did not need to sacrifice the 9-yin pill fragments. After watching them leave, Huangfu Liang closed the door and stretched leisurely. 10 days' supply has been sold. I can rest now. Playing with the dozen bags of divine stones, Huangfu Liang came to the backyard of the restaurant. Suyu sat in the yard. In front of him was a bottle of wine containing absolute beginning energy. He drank it casually. "Come and have a drink." Huangfu Liang shook his head with lingering fear. "No. I've already vomited." During the month of building the restaurant, Suyu used Huangfu Liang as a lab rat. He constantly brewed divine wine containing absolute beginning energy for him to taste. Up until now, he had drunk no less than 100 pots of taishu. Now, he did not want to drink any more. "This is 30 million drops of taishu. Are you sure you don't want to drink it?" Suyu said playfully. Huangfu Liang laughed. "Tell that to the others. You casually brewed 10,000 pots, but only sold 3 pots every month. You kept them in suspense and increased the price. You're really evil." Suyu smiled without saying a word. The brewing of taishu was actually very simple. He went to the Taishu Shen Palace and brought out some things containing absolute beginning energy. After grinding them, he blended them into liquid form. In terms of taste, it was naturally not delicious. However, the alpha origin chi inside was real. Therefore, high-level emperors would flock to it and spend tens of millions of divine stones to purchase it. As for selling only 3 pots every month, that was a strategy. Shrewd businessmen understood that rare goods were worth hoarding. The more taishu there was, the less valuable it was. The less there was, the more valuable it was. Selling 3 pots was to whet their appetite and make them want to buy more. If they wanted to buy more, they would have to exchange for the 9-yin pill fragments. This was the purpose of Suyu's establishment of the wine inquiry. But do you think the yin-yang elders would be willing to exchange for more with the 9-yin pill fragments? Huangfu Liang was still a little unsure. As a former disciple of the Tai Chi faction, he knew very well how precious the 9-yin pill fragments were. He had been in the faction for thousands of years and had only obtained 3 9-yin pill fragments. It was obvious how difficult it was to obtain the fragments. When they can't buy a limited amount of taishu, they will naturally exchange for it with the 9-yin pill fragments. Suyu smiled lightly. This was the reason why he only sold 3 pots. The next time someone bought taishu, it might not just be the 12 of them. After tasting the sweetness of taishu, how many elders could resist? 10 days later. There were a few unfamiliar faces among the people who came to buy taishu. Some were the yin-yang elders, while others were the high-level disciples of the Triple Crown Emperors. It seemed like the news of taishu had spread in a small circle. Each person was limited to 10 drops, but the number of people who bought was slightly higher than the last time, resulting in a bidding war. In the end, it was sold at the price of 31 million per drop. Chapter 1971. They had considered exchanging for it with 9-yin pill fragments. However, they still felt that it wasn't worth it, so they gave up and prepared to come back for the 3rd pot of the month. Another 10 days later. Wonjio's last pot of Great Void was officially on sale. Compared to the last time, there were 20% more people. The auction price this time had soared by 1 million due to the bidding. 30% of the yin-yang elders who bought it for the first time didn't manage to buy it. The worst thing was that the news of Great Void was no longer spread in a small area, but in a large area. Half a year later, the entire Taiji city knew about the newly built Wonjio. It was an extremely magical restaurant that provided 100 drops of Great Void wine every month. The wine actually contained extremely pure primordial qi. Every 10 days, there would be at least tens of thousands of people bidding for it. It was extremely rare for a restaurant to have such a booming business in the entire history of the Taiji civilization. Because there were too many buyers and the Great Void was limited, Wonjio had no choice but to introduce a lottery system. Everyone at the scene received a number. Through the lottery, the person whose number was chosen would be qualified to buy up to 10 drops of Great Void. As for those who didn't get a number, unfortunately, they would have to come back 10 days later. It was difficult to get a ticket for Great Void now. Because of the lottery system, some crafty people found loopholes. They hired a large number of people to pretend to be buyers. Those who got a number would be sold at a sky-high price of 1 million divine stones. However, once their numbers were on sale, they were all snatched up. If not for Wonjio keeping a close eye on them, they could have sold for 3 or 4 million divine stones. A year later, the sale of Great Void had become a spectacle in Taiji City. Every time it was on sale, more than 100,000 people would buy it. The entire street, from the ground to the sky, was completely blocked. The original limit of 10 drops per person was reduced to 1 drop per person. Even so, it was still extremely popular, and the supply couldn't meet the demand. Many people who couldn't buy it for a long time complained and asked Wonjio to punish the speculators. In desperation, Wonjio introduced a real name authentication rule. Those who got a number had to buy it in person, and the number was only valid for half an hour. What was even more ruthless was that, after seeking the opinions of the majority of buyers, they strongly supported the idea that those who got a number had to swallow it in person and couldn't transfer it or bring it out of Wonjio. Their hatred for speculators had reached its limit. Only in this way could speculators be completely eliminated. However, the buyers were despairing to find that after the speculators had left, the number of people bidding each time was still no less than 90,000. To buy a drop of Taishu, one had to be extremely lucky. Many buyers sighed and shook their heads, no longer holding any hope. Those who desperately wanted it had no choice but to think about the legendary backup Great Void. It was just that the requirement of a 9-yin pill fragment was too painful for them. They gritted their teeth and persevered. It was not worth it to use the 9-yin pill. However, half a year later, those who hesitated were filled with regret. As the reputation of the Great Void spread further and further, even the emperors at the border of civilization had heard of it. The number of people coming to purchase it increased exponentially. Half a year later, the number of participants had skyrocketed from 90,000 to 150 to 60,000. What was even more despairing was that the price of the Great Void continued to rise from the initial price of 30 million godstones to 60 million godstones per drop, and it showed no signs of stopping. Almost no one had any hope of buying the Great Void through the lottery. They were in deep despair. On this day, a yin-yang elder who had been drawing lots for a year and a half without getting a Great Void finally came to them. Moreover, he was none other than Elder Ying Fengxiao. Liang, can you open the back door and let me buy a drop of Great Void? Ying Fengxiao braced himself and said, I've reached a critical juncture in condensing my nomological laws and urgently need a drop. Please do me a favor. He stuffed a heavy bag of god stones into Huangfu Liang's hands in an attempt to bribe him. Huangfu Liang was pleased and thought to himself, Ying Fengxiao, oh Ying Fengxiao, if you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? If you hadn't been so heartless when I came back, why would you need to beg me? Huangfu Liang shook his head and said regretfully, I'm sorry, but the Great Void is in the hands of the owner. I have no right to decide. In the past year and a half, there were too many people who tried to bribe and curry favor with him, including many yin-yang elders. Now, when he walked in Taiji City, many people who he had to look up to would take the initiative to nod and greet him, which made him feel better. It could be said that shopkeeper Huang Fu, who asked for the wine, was a famous person in Taiji City. He really did not care about Ying Fengxiao's bribe. Then, can you do it during the lottery? Ying Fengxiao did not give up. Huang Fu Liang still shook his head. Every lottery is done by the owner's son. Even if I want to help, I can't. Ying Fengxiao was disappointed, but he did not have much hope. If it was possible to go through the back door, someone would have succeeded long ago. It could only be said that the owner who asked for the wine was too despicable and did not give them any face. However, this was Taiji City, and there was discipline and discipline peak to suppress it. No one dared to do anything unscrupulous, so they could only swallow their anger. All right, then I'll exchange a 9-yin elixir fragment for a drop of Great Void, Ying Fengxiao said painfully. With the speed at which he obtained a 9-yin elixir fragment, it would take him at least 5 years. 5 years of hard work would go down the drain. Huang Fu Liang finally let out a smile. I understand Elder Ying's intentions. I will ask the owner for a drop of Great Void. In the back hall, Huang Fu Liang excitedly narrated. After a year and a half of waiting, someone was finally willing to exchange a 9-yin elixir fragment. But Su Yu was calm. This is just the beginning. Just watch, more and more people will use 9-yin elixir fragments to exchange. Just like that, they obtained the first 9-yin elixir fragment from Ying Fengxiao. After a month, an impatient disciple of a 3-crown divine warrior finally found them and used a 9-yin elixir fragment to exchange. Every 3 to 5 days, there would be people coming to exchange for 9-yin elixir fragments. Half a year later, 100 9-yin elixir fragments were gathered in front of them. Huang Fu Liang's eyes were blazing. After 2 years of hard work, I finally got 100 9-yin elixir fragment. Sighing at the past 2 years, Huang Fu Liang felt that everything was worth it. Su Yu's eyes were filled with anticipation. If you have time, go to the Taiji faction to exchange. Let's see the effects. Hee, congratulations, Brother Su. With the powerful effects of the 9-yin elixir, I believe that you should be able to quickly recover to the early stages of the Double Crown Divine Warrior. Su Yu smiled. Someone is here. Suddenly, a flickering dot appeared on the stone table in front of Su Yu. The restaurant had many restrictions. If someone were to barge in, they would be able to see it immediately. I'll deal with it. Huang Fu Liang went to the front desk and saw a drunk woman in her 30s vomiting on the table. He creased his brows. This, friend, do you need any help? Out of politeness, he did not immediately chase the guest away. After all, the restaurant did not have many customers. I want to buy taishu. The woman touched her lips, raised her head, and smiled. The strong smell of alcohol made Huang Fu Liang frown. Friend, you have drunk too much. If you want to rest, please help yourself, Huang Fu Liang said. Are you looking down on me? The woman's smile disappeared, and she stood up unhappily. Her legs trembled, and she fell into Huang Fu Liang's embrace. Huang Fu Liang was drunk, but he had a good temper. He helped her sit down, and said seriously, Friend, you are drunk. Doing business with you now is like cheating. Let's wait until you are sober and think about it carefully. How about that? As he spoke, he transferred a few shreds of desolate energy into her body to help her get rid of the alcohol. But for some reason, when his desolate energy entered her body, it was like a stone thrown into the sea. You are bullying me. The woman grunted. She slammed her slender palm on the table, and a complete 9-yin elixir painting appeared. Give me a whole pot of taishu. Huang Fu Liang was shocked. A complete 9-yin elixir painting? Do you want to trade? If not, then forget it. Huang Fu Liang's expression changed. I need to ask the owner. After saying this, he hurriedly ran back to the back hall to ask Su Yu for instructions. Knowing this, Su Yu was slightly surprised. To be able to take out a complete 9-yin elixir painting, she should not be an ordinary person. After thinking for a moment, he said, let's trade. Since she knows that the 9-yin elixir painting can be exchanged for taishu, she should not be completely drunk. All right. With a pot of taishu in his hand, Huang Fu Liang came to the front hall. But the drunk woman was nowhere to be seen, leaving only a 9-yin elixir painting and a line of small words on the table. I have something to do, so I will leave first. Place the taishu 300 miles to the left of the East City Gate. I will come and get it myself. Huang Fu Liang was stunned. Wasn't she trusting them too much? She had actually left a whole 9-yin elixir painting behind, but Huangfu Liang knew that he would not extort a painting from him. There was no need to do so for a worthless taishu. He put away the 9-yin elixir painting. Suddenly, the auras of 7 or 8 yin-yang elders entered Wanzhou. The 8 yin-yang elders were furious. Huangfu Liang had a slight impression of one of them. It was the yin-yang elder who had come to buy taishu for the first time. "Elders, have you offended Wanzhou in any way?" Huangfu Liang asked. The yin-yang elder said, "No, we are here to capture someone. Did you see a drunk woman come here just now?" Huangfu Liang could not help but touch the 9-yin elixir painting in his chest. "I have never seen her. What happened to her?" "Humph. She stole the 9-yin elixir paintings of more than 10 yin-yang elders. We were worried that she would come here to exchange for taishu. Since there is no more, we will look elsewhere. She stole the 9-yin elixir painting, and from more than 10 yin-yang elders? Was that drunk woman so powerful? Who is she?" Huangfu Liang asked. Chapter 1972. The Lord of the Discipline Peak, Mo Xiaochai? Huangfu Liang's complexion changed. He had heard of this person's name. She was the worst scum in the Tai Chi sect. She swindled and swindled. Many people in the Tai Chi sect, from the elders to the new disciples, had been cheated by her. There was once an elder Tian who discovered a prodigy who managed to reach the sovereign realm of heaven and earth in less than 100 years. This elder Tian was eager to take in a disciple, so he passed the letter of acceptance to the genius through someone. The genius was overjoyed and excitedly came to report. Then, he met Mo Xiaochai. As a result, Mo Xiaochai lied to him, saying that she was that elder Tian and took him to the discipline peak. Mo Xiaochai had asked this genius to steal the elder's soul fruit tree today, and then she had asked him to swindle the junior sister's undergarment to sell tomorrow. The genius was condemned by his conscience and was ready to stop. Mo Xiaochai confidently told him that this was a test of his courage and boldness. If he didn't have this courage, he wouldn't be worthy to be her disciple. In desperation, the genius braced himself to steal. 3 years later, Elder Tian saw that the disciple hadn't reported for a long time, so he ordered someone to investigate. As a result, when he found the genius, he had become a swindler and swindler. His conduct was exactly the same as Mo Xiaochai's. Moreover, he enjoyed it and openly refused to become Elder Tian's disciple, insisting on following Mo Xiaochai. Elder Tian was so angry that his nose became crooked. He fought with Mo Xiaochai for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, he alerted the sovereign and reluctantly stopped the fight. However, this was just one of the most common things that Mo Xiaochai had done. The most sensational event was the 5-star civilization exchange meeting. The neighboring 5-star civilization sent 10 emissaries. They traveled a long distance to the Taiji sect civilization to discuss the cultural exchange between the two civilizations. The sovereign attached great importance to it and treated it with high standards. At first, everything went very smoothly. Both sides were very satisfied with each other's culture. They were ready to set up a long-distance civilization transmission array between the two civilizations to facilitate the exchange. Who knew that the emissaries' things would be stolen on the night of the negotiation? Except for their underwear, nothing was left. Even the nourishing divine crystal embedded in his underwear was not spared and was taken away by someone. Putting aside the question of what kind of expert could steal all their belongings without anyone noticing, they lived in the Tai Chi sect. How could they lose their belongings under the watchful eyes of the sect master? Enraged, they found their way to Discipline Peak by sensing the things that had been thrown away. They were stunned to find that Mo Xiaochai was openly selling their underwear to the disciples. It was the original underwear of an elder from a certain civilization. Wearing it could increase one's cultivation level and prolong one's life. Instantly, the few messengers vomited blood. When he learned that Zhong Xian was the peak master of the Taiji sect's law peak, he flicked his sleeves and left. The promised cultural exchange came to an abrupt end. There was no follow-up. It could be said that Mo Xiaochai was the shame of the Tai Chi sect. The sect master wanted to slap her to death so that she wouldn't embarrass the Taiji sect. The strange thing was that Mo Xiaochai was still safe and sound. In fact, she was still acting as the peak lord of the law and discipline peak. When Huangfu Liang recalled these legends and sensed the complete 9-yin pill diagram in his bosom, he smiled bitterly. Let's go. I will catch the shame of the Tai Chi faction. This time, no one can stop me. I will beat him to death. My poor 9-yin pill fragment was earned by my disciple after hundreds of years of hard work. I kept it with me for safekeeping to guard against Mo Xiaochai, who is a scum. In the end, she still wants it. A group of yin and yang elders left in anger, searching for Mo Xiaochai angrily. Huangfu Liang clicked his tongue. When he returned to the back hall, he explained the whole story. Hearing this, Su Yu was dumbfounded. Is there such a weirdo in the Tai Chi faction? Even the tree goddess couldn't compare to Mo Xiaochai. Brother Su, what should we do? I don't dare to deliver the Taishu wine alone. Huangfu Liang said weakly after he found out that the buyer's real identity was Mo Xiaochai. Su Yu suggested seriously, well, apart from underwear and a pot of Taishu wine, I suggest you don't bring anything else. Oh, and don't wear underwear, that's too nice. Huangfu Liang was speechless. After an internal struggle, Huangfu Liang clenched his teeth and went to the designated place to exchange for the Taishu wine. Seeing him off, Su Yu smiled lightly and returned to the backyard to enjoy the wine leisurely. As he was drinking, a jade-like hand appeared behind him without warning. It was carrying a big black brick, and it hit the back of Su Yu's head fiercely. Su Yu was knocked unconscious immediately. Hehe, do you think my 9-yin pill painting is so easy to get? The owner of the jade-like hand appeared. It was none other than Mo Xiaochai, who was supposed to leave. She had done something to the 9-yin pill painting, so she could sense Su Yu's specific location with it. Now, she had knocked Su Yu unconscious with a brick, and she had appeared with a smile. In the past 2 years, the owner of the wine shop has earned at least 200 billion divine stones, right? I have been eyeing this fat sheep for a long time. Today, I can finally kill him. Mo Xiaochai's eyes were shining. She rubbed her hands as she walked over and searched Su Yu's body. After searching for a long time, she was stunned. Why is there only an ordinary storage ring? Su Yu had nothing on him except the storage ring. Moreover, there was no hidden spatial storage room nearby. With confusion, she probed into the storage ring. There was only a divine stone lying on the ground in the hundreds of square meters space of the storage ring. Suddenly, Mo Xiaochai reacted. She looked at Su Yu, who was lying unconscious on the table. He was obviously playing with her. However, Su Yu was not on the table at the moment. There was only a vague shadow left. Nice brick. At that moment, a speck of dust suddenly appeared behind him. The dust quickly folded into a person, who was holding Mo Xiaochai's black brick in his hand. Before Mo Xiaochai could react, the back of her head was hit by the brick. You! Mo Xiaochai's head was dizzy, and she fell to the ground. Su Yu smiled indifferently. When he had gotten the 9-yin pill painting, he had sensed that something was wrong, so he had been on guard. He did not expect that Mo Xiaochai's exchange for Taishu was fake. Unfortunately, his divine stone was not so easy to get. Soon, the yin-yang elders, who had been searching everywhere for Mo Xiaochai, heard the news and rushed back. When they found Mo Xiaochai, who had been knocked unconscious, they were very grateful to Su Yu. Su Dongjia, don't worry. Leave this scum to us. We will never let her come out and cause trouble again. This time, we will ask the faction master to imprison her in the Dragon Prison Pass. We will make her face the wall for at least a year. The Dragon Prison Pass was the Tai Chi faction's prison for disciples and elders who had committed crimes. In the past, Mo Xiaochai had stolen all the envoys from the neighboring 5-star civilization. In his fury, the faction master had thrown her inside for 10 years. After that, every time she committed a crime, she was thrown inside. For Mo Xiaochai, going to the Dragon Prison Mountain Pass was a common occurrence. He could rest assured that the Dragon Prison Pass was impregnable. With Mo Xiaochai's ability, she had never escaped after so many years. However, Su Yu was not relieved for long. Not long after the group of yin-yang elders left, a Taiji sect disciple hurriedly ran over. Su Dongjia, I am here on Elder Li's orders to remind you to take care of yourself during this period of time. It would be best if you leave a 5-star civilization. Why? Su Yu had a bad feeling. Because Mo Xiaochai ran away. The disciple said. She woke up halfway and ran away after injuring a few elders. No one knows where she is now. Su Yu clicked his tongue. How could she run away when there were more than 10 yin-yang elders watching? Suddenly, Su Yu had a bad feeling. Huang Fu Liang. Oh no. He hurriedly rushed to the designated delivery location, at the same time quickly contacting Huang Fu Liang. But all the messages were like stones sinking into the ocean. When he arrived at the delivery location, only Huang Fu Liang's torn jacket was left. As expected. Beep beep, Su Yu's communication pendant rang, and a line of striking words entered his eyes. Humph. How dare you blackmail me? Your shopkeeper has been kidnapped by me. Bring me 1,000 pots of taishu in exchange. Otherwise, I will kill him. Just like the jacket on the ground, ruthlessly tear him apart. This woman. Su Yu replied without hesitation. Sorry, he is just a shopkeeper. If you want to tear him apart, I will save myself the trouble of paying his salary. Beep beep, stop putting on an act. I have investigated. Your relationship is very good. It is not an ordinary relationship between a shopkeeper and a master. It seemed like she had been eyeing Su Yu, the fat sheep, for a long time, and she had managed to find out many secrets about him. Su Yu calmly replied, that's even better. The property was supposed to be divided equally. Now, I can take it all for myself. Beep beep, I don't believe you dare. However, the news did not spread. It was Su Yu who had cut off the communication pendant. He did not listen to the kidnapper's request. In a ruined temple, Mo Xiaochai gnashed her teeth in hatred. Ah, damn it. She threw the communication pendant on the ground and said shamefully, he is a decent master. How could he be so shameless as to blackmail me from behind? Does he have a bottom line? Does he have any morals? Huang Fu Liang, whose hands and feet were tied like a dumpling, rolled his eyes. How could a guy who could kidnap people be qualified to talk about bottom line and morals? Mo Xiaochai bit her thumb as she paced back and forth, quickly thinking of a solution. Ever since she witnessed the prosperity of the wine business, Mo Xiaochai had set her eyes on Su Yu. After planning for 2 years, she was finally going to implement her plan. Now, she had lost the 9-yin elixir painting, but she had not gotten a single cent suddenly. Mo Xiaochai noticed Huang Fu Liang, who was writhing on the ground. Her eyes lit up. She squatted down and looked at him. She said, will your master really give you half of the property? This is true. Su Yu had casually said that he would give him half of the property and the 9-yin elixir when the wine business was established. Although he had said it casually, Su Yu was a man of his word. He would definitely get half of it. Are you sure? Mo Xiaochai approached him and asked. Huang Fu Liang nodded. I am sure. Why do you ask? Chapter 1973. Oh, marry me. Ah. What did you say? Mo Xiaochai replied confidently, I can only get a share of your property if I marry you. What's wrong with that? Huang Fu Liang was stunned. Of course, it was wrong. That was an important matter of marriage. How could it be treated as child's play? Well, if you want to split the property, why don't you marry my boss? Him? You're too cunning. I can't control myself. You're the stupidest one. If I marry you, I'll be in charge of all the money you earn in the future. Mo Xiaochai snorted. The muscles on Huang Fu Liang's cheeks wriggled, and the veins on his forehead bulged. It's hard for me to be happy when you say that. Don't talk nonsense, bow to the heaven and earth. Mo Xiaochai pressed down Huang Fu Liang's head and kowtowed to the ground. Wait, bow to my parents. My parents are no longer in the mortal world, so heaven and earth are my parents. Continue to bow to heaven and earth. Wait. Enter the bridal chamber. I've even touched a man before. Mo Xiaochai quickly untied Huang Fu Liang's clothes. Huang Fu Liang's face was as red as a pig's liver. Wait, give me some time to prepare myself. TSK. As a man, why are you being so wishy-washy when you're just entering the bridal chamber? Hurry up and get it over with. I want a share of your assets. For the sake of your 100 billion assets, this old lady is ready to throw caution to the wind. Mo Xiaochai casually stripped Huangfu Liang's clothes, and conveniently stripped herself as well. Don't. Huangfu Liang covered his chest with one hand and his crotch with the other. Mo Xiaochai said disdainfully, the sky is high and the earth is high. There's no one around. Even if you shout yourself hoarse, no one will pay attention to you. Come on. Then, he pounced on Huangfu Liang and executed him on the spot. Huangfu Liang's shouts of humiliation echoed in the small ancient temple. Su Yu returned to Wenjiu and sat in the back hall. Although he was confident that Mo Xiaochai wouldn't dare to do anything to Huangfu Liang, he still couldn't help but worry about whether or not he would be mistreated by her. After all, that woman had no bottom line and was capable of doing anything. In the evening, Su Yu suddenly discovered 2 light spots on the stone table. Someone came in. Su Yu's heart was slightly moved. Could it be that Mo Xiaochai had kidnapped Ren Du and brought him to the Wen Bar? When he came out to take a look, the corners of Su Yu's mouth twitched. It's true. The only difference was that Mo Xiaochai was holding Huangfu Liang's arm. Her neck was raised high like a proud peacock. On the other hand, Huangfu Liang lowered his head with a bitter expression. Discipline, Peak Lord, shouldn't you have a bottom line? You kidnapped my shopkeeper and came to my shop to ask for a ransom? Su Yu laughed. Who would have thought that Mo Xiaochai would be so bold and confident? She raised her head even higher. Hey, pay attention to your tone and manner of speaking. The person standing in front of you is not a kidnapper, but your partner's wife. Understand? Wife and children. Even though Su Yu's mental fortitude was extraordinary, he was still stunned. Damn you, why are you in a daze? Hurry up and tell your boss that we've already bowed to heaven and earth and entered the bridal chamber. Huangfu Liang had a humiliated expression as he said bitterly, Brother Su, there's no more hope in my life. Damn it, are you looking for a beating? Mo Xiaochai pinched him fiercely, then said to Su Yu fiercely, on behalf of my husband, I strongly request that you give us the property that belongs to my husband. Su Yu was astonished. What kind of godly development was this? Why are you in a daze? Quickly give us the money. Mo Xiaochai put her hands on her hips as if she was on equal footing. Su Yu only accepted the fact that they were husband and wife after a long while. He coughed a few times. May I ask, what are your plans after you get the money from me? That's none of your business. Mo Xiaochai waved her hand, urging Su Yu to quickly hand over the money. Unexpectedly, a paper contract was shaken out of her hand. Su Yu quickly scanned through the contents of the contract. It was a divorce letter. Mo Xiaochai and Huangfu Liang's names were already signed on it. Wasn't it obvious that they would divorce Huangfu Liang after they got the money, then take the money and leave? There was no one else who could swindle so boldly. Compared to this, the tricks of the tree goddess were simply elegant and refreshing. Mo Xiaochai calmly picked up the divorce letter, her face not red, and her heart did not skip a beat. Oh, this is a clerical error. Creak, she tore the divorce letter in front of Su Yu and said, let's ignore these details. Let's talk about dividing the property. Su Yu was amused. He did not care about the money. He would get the money back after selling it for a few more years. The problem was that Huangfu Liang had finally found a wife, and it was a pity that she was gone. He did not believe that the dignified master of the discipline peak would be so stupid as to entrust her marriage to Huangfu Liang just for 100 billion. Mo Xiaochai must have taken a fancy to some of Huangfu Liang's merits. Thinking about it, Huangfu Liang must have moved Mo Xiaochai when she first came to ask about the wine. Then, in order to divide the property, she let nature take its course and got rid of Huangfu Liang. Dividing the property is easy, but we have to agree that after the division, you and your wife will no longer ask about the wine's shares. The money earned in the future will have nothing to do with you. What do you think? Su Yu said. This. Mo Xiaochai rolled her eyes and agreed, okay, no problem. It was hard to predict the future, but the 100 billion was right in front of them. Su Yu nodded. Okay, if you insist, then so be it. Unfortunately, I still want to expand the scale of the wine, and now I have to find a new partner. Mo Xiaochai's eyes suddenly brightened. She hesitated and said, "You said you want to expand the scale of the wine, is that true?" "Of course it is true." Su Yu sighed. "The supply of the Great Void cannot meet the demand, which has led to complaints. So, I plan to open a few more branches of the wine and increase the supply of the Great Void. I estimate that it should be 5 or 6 times the current scale, right?" Mo Xiaochai's mind was racing. She immediately calculated. The current scale of the wine made a profit of 100 billion divine stones a year. If it was expanded 5 or 6 times, it would be 5 or 600 billion a year. Gosh, that was almost 1% of the annual income of the Tai Chi faction. "Okay, you can count the money. After that, we will be even." Su Yu threw out a space storage device. Mo Xiaochai held it in her palm. After a while, she clenched her teeth and handed the space ring back to Su Yu. "We have changed our minds. The wine is in dire need of people. If we leave like this, it will be too unreasonable. So, we will stay and help you expand more of the wine." Su Yu was amused, but he pretended to be troubled. "I don't think that is a good idea. I can handle it alone. It is okay for you to leave." "How can that be? What kind of person am I, Mo Xiaochai? Am I the kind of person who forgets friendship and abandons partners?" Mo Xiaochai patted her chest. Su Yu struggled to make a decision. He reluctantly said, "Okay, then we will continue to cooperate." Mo Xiaochai's face revealed a happy smile. She asked with concern, "When will you open up new wine and increase the supply of the Great Void?" Su Yu shook his head and said, "We are not in a hurry. My initial plan with Brother Huangfu was to wait until we have enough 9-yin elixirs before we increase the production. Now, we need to maintain the current scale and let the disciples and the yin-yang elders voluntarily exchange the fragments of the 9-yin elixirs for the Great Void." Mo Xiaochai suddenly felt like she had been tricked. She became unhappy and muttered, "The 9-yin elixirs are so rare. It will take at least 100 years for you to accumulate enough 9-yin elixirs." Su Yu had also considered this point. Hence, accumulating the 9-yin elixirs was only a temporary measure. He would think of other ways after he had recovered to the peak of his cultivation base. "It would be good if I had the elixir recipe for the 9-yin elixir," Su Yu said casually. The reason why the 9-yin elixir was rare was because the 9-yin grass was extremely difficult to grow. However, to Su Yu, this was the easiest thing to do. With the existence of the supreme growing soil, it was not difficult to grow the 9-yin grass on a large scale. The most difficult thing was the elixir recipe. As the elixir recipe of the 3 great emperor-level secret medicine of a 5-star civilization, its importance was self-evident. It was certainly the core secret of the Tai Chi faction. The possibility of obtaining the elixir recipe was almost zero. Su Yu did not have any extravagant hopes. "It is hard to say if you want the elixir recipe. However, I have it." Mo Xiaochai blinked her eyes and threw out a jade scroll with the seal of the 5-crown divine warrior. The words 9-yin elixir recipe were clearly engraved on the jade scroll. Huangfu Liang was shocked. The 3 great elixir recipes were controlled by the faction master himself. Even Elder Tian could not touch them. Why did Mo Xiaochai have one? Mo Xiaochai said matter-of-factly, "The faction master gave it to me." Gave? Did she steal it? Huangfu Liang felt that his life was over. With such a disgrace to the Tai Chi faction, what hope did he have in life? Su Yu was also indescribably shocked. Mo Xiaochai could even steal something that the faction master personally controlled. At the very least, it showed that Mo Xiaochai was indeed talented in certain areas. He then looked at the jade scroll and stared at the seal that the Tai Chi faction master had personally placed on it. His expression turned serious. "Just this seal alone will take at least 30 years to break." Mo Xiaochai was stunned. 30 years? There is no need for that, right? As she spoke, she pressed her palm against the jade scroll. A rumbling sound could be heard as the surface of the jade scroll emitted bursts of green smoke. After which, with a cracking sound, the seal broke, revealing the jade scroll. Su Yu and Huangfu Liang were stunned at the same time. Breaking the seal of a 5-crown divine being with one hand. What kind of cultivation level was this? Why are you looking at me? I was the one who taught this sealing technique to the faction master. Is it that difficult to break it? Su Yu's heart shook. She personally taught the Tai Chi faction master the sealing technique? It sounded unimaginable. Huang Fu Liang was dumbfounded. What kind of existence could teach the faction master the sealing technique? He could not help but think of some rumors. Many elders and disciples were guessing Mo Xiaochai's true identity. With the strict self-discipline of the Tai Chi faction, how could they tolerate a little devil like Mo Xiaochai? Strangely, no matter what mistakes Mo Xiaochai made, there was no substantial punishment. At most, she would be thrown into the dragon prison pass for a period of time. A very old yin-yang elder had unintentionally said that when the previous faction master was in power, Mo Xiaochai was in the Tai Chi faction. The reign of the previous Tai Chi faction master could be traced back to 3 billion years ago. Below the five-crown divine being, no living creature could live for more than 3 billion years. If the rumors were true, didn't that mean that Mo Xiaochai was even older than the current faction master? Chapter 1974. Listen up, Mo Xiaochai muttered. Even though I I took the recipe for the 9-yin elixir, if it is not necessary, do not spread it. Otherwise, if the old faction master hears about it, we will be in big trouble. Su Yu and Huang Fu Liang were speechless. Did she think they were brainless? How would they dare leak a word about the recipe for the 9-yin elixir? If the people of the Tai Chi faction found out, Mo Xiaochai might have been imprisoned in the dragon prison for a few years, but the two of them would be annihilated. Even though the Tai Chi faction was righteous, they had their own bottom line. Su Yu picked up the jade scroll and gently pinched it. Dense words gathered to form a 10-jong-long scroll. The scroll recorded the detailed recipe and cultivation method of the 9-yin elixir. After reading it, Su Yu could not help but gasp. 20,000 supplementary ingredients. 100 refinement procedures. He finally understood why the 9-yin elixir was so rare. Apart from the lack of the main ingredient, the 9-yin herb, the supplementary ingredients and cultivation were difficult. A rough calculation showed that the supplementary ingredients for a 9-yin elixir were no less than 300 million divine stones. Considering the difficulty of cultivation, it was very likely that a successful cultivation of a 9-yin elixir would require no less than 3 billion divine stone. And this was under the condition that there was sufficient 9-yin herb. With the current state of the 9-yin herb in the Tai Chi civilization, the cost of cultivating a 9-yin elixir was no less than 5 billion divine stones. A single 9-yin elixir was enough to drain the life savings of most yin-yang elders. Huang Fu Liang clicked his tongue. This is really not meant for humans to eat. The scarcity of the 9-yin elixir was evident. There should not be too many problems with the supplementary ingredients and cultivation. The only problem is the 9-yin herb. Su Yu asked Mo Xiaochai, from what I understand, the seeds of the 9-yin herb should not be difficult to find. It seemed that many disciples had seeds of the 9-yin herb in their hands, so that they could plant them on the spot if they found a suspicious nursery. Mo Xiaochai was not impressed. What kind of seed is that? It is just a fake seed that contains the characteristics of the 9-yin herb. It is used to test whether the nursery soil is suitable for planting the 9-yin herb. The real 9-yin herb seeds are in the hands of the faction master. Of course, Elder Tian also controls a portion. Su Yu looked at her expectantly. How about you steal, bring some real seeds again? Those seeds are very expensive. If I go and take them again, it will be very easy for him to find me. Mo Xiaochai rolled her eyes. Then what should he do? What do you want seeds for? If you really have the guts, I suggest you go to the uninhabited area to look for wild 9-yin grass. Mo Xiaochai said, the seeds of the 9-yin grass in the Tai Chi sect are the seeds of wild 9-yin grass that have been multiplied for several generations. So, the 9-yin grass that has been planted will more or less mutate. So, the success rate of refining pills will be greatly reduced. Right now, the 9-yin grass seeds that the sect possesses are all new seeds that are more than 3 generations old. The success rate of refining elixirs is generally 100 to 1. Do you have so much money to waste? 100 to 1? Huangfu Liuyang's throat went dry. He guessed that it would be 10-1. The real ratio was actually 100-1. With 200 billion god stones in their hands, they could only refine 7 of them. The success rate of refining purebred wild 9-yin grass seeds will increase to 50-1. So, if you are ambitious, you should go to the uninhabited area, Mo Xiaochai suggested seriously. Su Yu was tempted. It seemed like this was the only way. The uninhabited area of a 5-star civilization is very big. Wild 9-yin grass only grows in ancient areas. It is easier said than done to find it in a short period of time. Do you have any inside information? Mo Xiaochai replied in a fluent manner. Recently, a yin and yang elder of the sect issued a heaven rank mission. That mission is to go to a no man's land to find out whether or not there are any wild 9-yin grasses. This yin and yang elder accidentally found 3 of them in that place several 100,000 years ago. But they haven't grown since then. After 5,000 years, he wants to go there again to take a look. But he is too busy. So, he can only issue a mission and let some powerful disciples go there. Su Yu fell into deep thought. That yin-yang elder had not found any new 9-yin grass many times. It would be difficult to find it even if he went there now. But this should be the only clue they had at the moment. So, they could give it a try. Do outsiders like us have the opportunity to participate in the mission? Of course not, but you can follow them. Su Yu nodded. When will they leave? 10 days later. Do you know how many people there are? 3. Can you leave a mark on their bodies so we can follow them secretly? Yes. You are so eager to help us. Are you hoping that we will die in the uninhabited area so that you can take all our wealth for yourself? Yes. Oh, of course not. I am not that kind of person. Mo Xiaochai immediately corrected herself. Su Yu's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He had finally figured out that this woman was up to no good. She had sent them to their deaths while she thought of running away with the wealth. Damn it, he could not relax for a moment with this woman. Su Yu said, Liuyang, you stay behind and watch her. Oh, watch the shop. I will follow them alone. TSK. Mo Xiaochai snorted. Her plan had failed. I will first go to the Tai Chi faction to exchange for 2 9-yin elixirs, Su Yu said. The Tai Chi faction's redemption hall was set up in the downtown area of Tai Chi City. Every day, an elder Tian would oversee the place. When Su Yu arrived at the redemption hall, he saw many Tai Chi faction disciples walking around. They had come to exchange for the items they needed based on their many years of hard work. One of the items was the window for the 9-yin elixirs. A few Tai Chi faction disciples were lining up with arrogant expressions. Outsiders looked at them enviously. Hey, isn't that the owner of the wine club, Boss Su? A mocking voice came from behind him. Looking up, it was a young man in front of him who had turned his head to speak. Coincidentally, his face was very familiar. It was Yang Hua, who had been poisoned by Su Yu 2 years ago. Su Yu was expressionless, calmly saying, "Do you have any advice?" Yang Hua's eyes flashed with anger. Even though there was no evidence, her instincts told her that the culprit of the poisoning incident at the Yunxiang house was Su Yu. This could be seen from the collapse of the Yunxiang house and Su Yu's establishment of the wine club. Heaven's justice is clear. Evil will be punished. I hope Mr. Su will remember these words, Yang Hua pointed out. Su Yu laughed. You understand this principle? Oh, it's not too late. I'm talking about you. Yang Hua resisted the urge to take revenge. But her rationality told her that Su Yu, as the owner of the wine club, was no longer the same as before. His status was comparable to that of a true Tai Chi faction disciple. If he was beaten up by Yang Hua and affected the sale of the Great Void, the Yin-Yang elders, who were eager to buy the Great Void, would find trouble with Yang Hua. Su Yu laughed. I have a clear conscience. I do not need to worry about evil retribution. You know full well. Yang Hua said hatefully. Hee hee. Su Yu dismissed it with a laugh. Suddenly, a fragrant wind blew over. A beautiful woman in colorful clothes walked in from outside the redemption hall. She looked like a fairy. Seeing her, the anger on Yang Hua's face disappeared, replaced by calmness. Inu, you've come? It was Fairy Inu. She nodded. Senior, have you not finished exchanging for the fragments of the 9 yin elixirs? Yang Hua nodded. Soon. Fairy Inu glanced around and suddenly saw Su Yu, who was also queuing. She took the initiative to greet him. Boss Su. Most of the Tai Chi faction disciples knew who Su Yu was now. Oh, hello. Su Yu gave her a perfunctory reply. He did not show much emotion just because she was the most beautiful woman in the Tai Chi faction. Fairy Inu laughed bitterly in her heart. This boss Su is really cold. 2 years ago, he had intended to poison her to death. It was only because Yang Hua had swallowed the 2 drops of pure yang that she had been lucky enough to escape. Now that she had taken the initiative to greet him, he had treated her coldly. I heard that Boss Su prepares an extra pot of Great Void every month to exchange for the fragments of the 9 yin elixirs. It seems like someone is willing to exchange for it. Fairy Inu did not care too much about what had happened 2 years ago. Instead, she was very interested in Su Yu's Great Void. The Great Void wine had been rumored to be miraculous. However, with her current wealth, she did not have the chance to drink it. Even if she did, she would shrink back at the thought of the crowds of people who would come to buy the Great Void every time it was sold. Yes, I was lucky enough to exchange for it with some generous elders, Su Yu said calmly. Yang Hua, who was queuing up in front, was unhappy when he saw Fairy Inu and Su Yu chatting. He interrupted, haha, Boss Su, after waiting for 2 years, someone is finally willing to give you a fragment of the 9 yin elixir. It's not easy. Su Yu looked at him indifferently, not saying much. Fairy Inu frowned slightly. Senior, how can you say that? It's a fair exchange. How is it charity? Yang Hua was even more unhappy that Inu was speaking up for Su Yu. Boss Su, I estimate that you might be able to gather 109 yin elixir diagrams if you wait patiently for another 200 to 300 years. I suggest that you maintain a good attitude and avoid arrogance and rashness. Only then will you be able to successfully obtain one. Yang Hua put on a fake smile. It was now his turn to exchange. He took out his identity token and handed it to the person in charge at the counter. Exchange for all the fragments of the 9 yin elixir. The person in charge gently swept his identity token across a stone slab. A series of numbers appeared on the slab. 32,000 merit points can be exchanged for 3 fragments of the 9 yin elixir. You still have 2,000 merit points left. The voice of the person in charge was not loud, but it could be heard clearly in the exchange point. 3 fragments of the 9 yin elixir. I'm so envious. What's there to be envious about? Don't you see who that person is? He is Elder Yingfeng Xiao's favorite disciple, Yang Hua, one of the 10 great mission maniacs. 2 years ago, he exchanged for 3 fragments of the 9 yin elixir. Now, 2 years later, he has obtained 2 fragments. At this rate, he will be able to exchange for a 9 yin elixir in less than 100 years. So it's him. This person's reputation is like thunder in my ears. Yang Hua's lips curled into a proud smile. Relying on the powerful cultivation base of a later stage 3 crown divine warrior, Yang Hua took on missions crazily to obtain merit points from the Tai Chi faction. Chapter 1975. Having successfully obtained 3 fragments of the 9 yin elixir, Yang Hua let out a proud laugh. She said to Fairy Inu, Junior Sister Inu, let's go and discuss the heaven-level mission. Fairy Inu nodded at Su Yu. Boss Su, don't be discouraged. I believe there will be more and more people exchanging for fragments of the 9 yin elixir. Thank you for your kind words, Su Yu said. Yang Hua did not care, her lips curling. Only a fool would exchange for fragments of the 9 yin elixir. It was Su Yu's turn at the window. The person in charge saw that Su Yu was not wearing the Tai Chi faction's attire and was slightly annoyed. Hurry up, what do you want? Su Yu did not say a word. He placed the 2 complete 9 yin elixir diagrams on the windowsill. 2. The person in charge was stunned. All right, wait a moment. I will ask Elder Tian. He will personally keep the 9 yin elixirs. I have no right to distribute them. Her voice was also noticed by the Tai Chi faction disciples. Yang Hua and Fairy Inu, who had just reached the door, also heard it. They looked back in shock. Senior brother, is Boss Su here to exchange for the 9-yin elixir? Fairy Inu asked in disbelief. Wen Ju had only been in business for 2 years, yet he had managed to gather 100 fragments. Isn't this a little too unbelievable? Yang Hua was stunned. He must be exchanging for something else, not the 9-yin elixir. Even though he said that, he did not leave. He stared at the window. After a short while, a middle-aged man wearing a scholar's robe walked over with big strides. He examined Su Yu's picture carefully. After which, he looked at Su Yu with a bit of surprise. He then took out 2 sealed jade boxes from his storage ring without saying a word. 2 Join elixirs. 2. He managed to get 2 complete 9-yin elixirs in just 2 years. This is too unfair. We worked hard for 100 years to exchange for one, but he managed to exchange for 2 in just 2 years. It is indeed unfair. If this continues, all the 9-yin elixirs will be exchanged for by Wen Ju. What will happen to us disciples? Hearing this, the middle-aged man thought for a moment. Wen Ju's appearance was too shocking, breaking the balance. If Wen Ju were to exchange for the 9-yin elixirs at such a fast speed, the Tai Chi faction's painstaking production of 9-yin elixirs would benefit outsiders. Mr. Su, right? The Confucian-robed middle-aged man smiled. These 2 9-yin pills are for you to exchange for now. As for the future, I will need to ask the sect master to make a decision. I hope you can understand. Wasn't it just a temporary change in the rules to prevent outsiders from exchanging for the 9-yin pill? It seemed that such a fast accumulation speed had frightened the Taiji sect. I understand. Su Yu did not complain. The Tai Chi faction was already being generous by allowing outsiders to exchange for 2 fragments. Now, they had even informed Su Yu in advance, instead of waiting for him to exchange for the fragments that he had painstakingly accumulated. On the whole, the Taiji sect had not done anything wrong. Fortunately, he did not place all his hopes on exchanging from the Tai Chi sect. Instead, he prepared to refine it himself. It seemed that finding the seeds of the wild 9-yin grass was an urgent matter. After obtaining the 2 9-yin elixirs, Su Yu left the Redemption Palace without looking around. Yang Hua's entire body stiffened. The 3 fragments of the 9-yin pill, which she was so proud of, now felt like a joke. Perhaps he would have to work hard for 200 years to make up for the other party's 2 years of effortless waiting. Fairy Yin Yu sighed. Mr. Su was indeed an extraordinary man. Compared to him, they were not on the same level. Senior, don't be discouraged. Didn't Elder Tian already say that Mr. Su might not be able to exchange for the 9-yin elixirs? Fairy Yin Yu comforted him. Hearing this, Yang Hua became excited. That's right. Su Yu had only been in the limelight for a short while. How could he compare to true Tai Chi faction disciples like them? They would only be able to obtain the 9-yin elixirs a few hundred years later. But Su Yu could forget about obtaining any more 9-yin elixirs after using them. Thinking this way, Yang Hua felt better. She let out a disdainful smile. Geniuses like me and merchants like him, who are not part of the faction, are people from 2 different worlds. The gap between us will only grow larger, to the point where he will have to look up to us. One was a late-stage martial artist with 3 crowns, while the other was a late-stage martial artist with a single crown. The gap between them could not be erased. Su Yu, who had returned to the wine shop, gave a 9-yin elixir to Huangfu Liang. Isn't it inappropriate? I did not help much. I was only an assistant. Huangfu Liang licked his lips, rejecting the gift rationally. Most of the credit belonged to Su Yu. He did not have the right to share the 9-yin elixir. You can find more 9-yin elixirs, but it is hard to find trustworthy people. Su Yu stuffed a 9-yin elixir into Huangfu Liang's hand. He then held a 9-yin elixir and entered the secret chamber. He opened his mouth and swallowed it. The overbearing medicinal power wreaked havoc in his body. Not long after, the medicinal power gathered in his inner world. It quickly replenished his severely depleted primordial energy. His aura was slowly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The entire process lasted for 8 or 9 days. He was finally at the early stage of the double crown martial artist. I have finally returned to the double crown martial artist level. Su Yu sighed. With the overbearing power of the 9-yin elixir, his cultivation level would return to the late stage of the double crown martial artist level with another 6 9-yin elixirs. Calculating the time, it was almost time for the group of mission takers to set off. Su Yu left the secret chamber and went to the back hall. He saw Huangfu Liang kneeling on the washboard. Mo Xiaochai was in front of him. You bastard, I entrusted my life to you. You didn't even think of leaving the 9-yin elixir for me. Huangfu Liang was bitter. This 9-yin elixir was given to me by the master. How could I give it to you? Then why didn't you get rid of the master? You. Mo Xiaochai instigated. Su Yu's face darkened. Myself what? Mo Xiaochai's face didn't even blush as she corrected herself. What I mean is, my husband should let the master rest, and take the initiative to share the master's worries and difficulties. Isn't that right, my husband? Being stared at by Mo Xiaochai's dangerous eyes, Huangfu Liang could do nothing but nod. He revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. Yes, that is what my wife meant. Su Yu was too lazy to argue with Mo Xiaochai. He extended his hand. What do you want? Mo Xiaochai was startled. I am already your woman. A good woman does not marry again. Don't have any improper thoughts. Su Yu's face darkened. You have ruined the word good woman. Give it to me. Didn't you want to keep my property to yourself? Now I will give you a chance. Mo Xiaochai's eyes shone. Why didn't you say so earlier? I have already prepared it. She took out a palm-sized compass. There were 3 light spots on the compass, which represented the specific positions of the 3 people. It seemed like she had indeed located the 3 people who had accepted the mission. There is a detailed description of the mission here. You can read it on the way. Mo Xiaochai quickly stuffed a booklet into Su Yu's hands. She stared at Su Yu quietly. She meant to tell him to leave quickly and not to come back. Su Yu was amused and annoyed at the same time. He noticed that the 3 light spots on the compass had already left the Tai Chi city. So, he set off immediately. Following closely behind them, Su Yu used the ancient transportation portal 3 times in a row. He crossed a small part of the Tai Chi civilization and arrived at the Tai Chi faction's terrifying Sea of Death. The Sea of Death was a boundless expanse of yellow sand. The yellow sand was extremely heavy. Each grain weighed more than 100 pounds. A handful of it weighed no less than 10,000 pounds. It was conceivable that wherever the yellow sand passed, it would crush all the spiritual plants. If Su Yu had not read the booklet in advance, he would have suspected that he had followed the wrong place. However, the booklet clearly stated that the place was in the southern corner of the Sea of Death. There was an underground world there that had been buried since ancient times. It had preserved its ancient style and ecological environment. That was why he had been lucky enough to discover 3 9-yin grass there. Unfortunately, no 9-yin grass had appeared there even after he had gone there several times. Apart from that, there was another detail in the mission's description. The yin-yang elder had mentioned that when he had gone there to investigate, he had discovered a trace of someone who had been there. The mission reminded them not to be careless. Half a year later, the group of people traversed the desert and finally arrived at an oasis. Fairy Yin Yu wiped the sweat off her face. Her eyes were filled with joy. We have finally arrived at the entrance to the underground world. The lake in front of them was the entrance to the underground world. Elder Li Feng is really an extraordinary person. He was able to discover such a hidden entrance to the underground world in such a vast desert, Fairy Yin Yu exclaimed. Yang Hua sighed. Yes, if it were us, even if we came across this oasis, we probably wouldn't think of exploring the underground world. The 3rd disciple was Elder Li Feng's chief disciple, Qin Huai. His cultivation was also at the later stage of the 3-crown martial artist realm. He said, both of you are flattering me. My master accidentally entered the bottom of the lake and discovered the hidden secrets. I see, Fairy Yin Yu said. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go down and take a look. The 3 of them quickly jumped into the lake. Indeed, there was an isolated ancient formation at the bottom of the lake. The ancient formation isolated the water of the lake from the outside world. Below it was an extremely dark and gloomy underground world. Gusts of chilly wind blew past, sending shivers down their spines. Let's go. Qin Huai used a simple divine technique to pass through the ancient formation and enter the underground world. Several hours later, a mass of yin and yang energy suddenly appeared above the lake. Su Yu's figure appeared. He looked down at the oasis from above, his eyes filled with curiosity. For some reason, the seemingly peaceful oasis gave him an ominous feeling. He instinctively felt uncomfortable. After muttering to himself for a moment, he did not enter the lake hastily. Instead, he folded the space and turned into a speck of dust floating in the air. Their mission was also to obtain the 9 yin grass. Since that was the case, he would just wait here. Unexpectedly, not long after he hid, a demonic wind blew across the surface of the lake, causing slight ripples on the surface. A green-robed elder with long eyebrows appeared without warning. Su Yu, who was defenseless, felt his heart beat wildly. He almost leaked his breath. He stared at the green-robed elder with long eyebrows. Based on his clothing, he should be the yin-yang elder of the Tai Chi faction. His cultivation level should be about the same as the Sword Alliance Master, at the early stage of the Four-Crown martial artist realm. At that moment, the green-robed elder stared at the lake and laughed hoarsely. Hee hee. I can reap another harvest. Then, he floated into the lake. In the air, Su Yu's mind was racing. What was up with the yin-yang elder of the Tai Chi faction? What was he up to, acting so sneakily? Chapter 1976. When he entered the underground world, he could no longer see the green-robed yin-yang elder. He could only rely on the compass to confirm that the 3 disciples on the mission were quite far away, and their lives were not in danger. Carefully observing the dark underground world, the yin energy here was extremely dense. It was an environment that the 9 yin grass liked, and the chances of it appearing were not low. Su Yu used his transparent eyes to scan the area, and he clearly saw many odd-looking ancient beasts hiding in the darkness, hunting for prey. It is indeed a rather complete ancient landscape, with a very complete ecosystem, Su Yu thought to himself. Even though their cultivation levels were rather weak, there should be a few dangerous beasts at the top of the food chain. Su Yu was cautious, moving forward at a moderate pace. A few days later, he had already entered the depths of the underground world. There were still overlord-level ancient beasts here, and occasionally, there were even divine warriors of heaven and earth revealing their auras. Su Yu witnessed with his own eyes a bat at the early stage of the single Crown King realm suddenly appear and capture a moth at the peak of the overlord realm. What was even more terrifying was that he noticed that there was not just one bat, but a whole group of them, hiding in the darkness, ready to attack at any time. With a rough count, there were no less than 10,000 of them. Su Yu could not help but feel his scalp go numb. He concealed his aura to avoid being discovered. Hey! They have already stopped there for 2 days. Could they have met with some trouble? Su Yu stared at the compass, deep in thought. The one he was most afraid of was the green-robed elder. He had planned to wait and snatch one from them, but the appearance of this person had forced Su Yu to personally investigate. Not long after, Su Yu caught up with them. The 3 of them were holding their breaths, hiding in a 3-jong deep quagmire, concealing all their auras. Su Yu looked around, a hint of joy on his face. In the center of the soft quagmire, there were 3 stalks of red, 3-foot-long grass with 9 segments. They emitted a cold aura, attracting the attention of the beasts in the underground world. Mature 9 yin grass. Su Yu was delighted. As expected. But why were the 3 disciples hiding? Could it be that they had discovered an unknown danger? Squeak! At this moment, a sharp screech pierced through the darkness. An incomparably huge bat flew past and snatched away a moth that was flying towards the 9 yin grass with its mouth. It was a local ancient bat. No, not just one, but a whole group. They hovered above the quagmire, flying in a crisscross pattern. Any beast that got close to the 9 yin grass would be preyed upon. Using the 9 yin grass to hunt. Su Yu finally understood why his 3 disciples did not make any moves. They had even broken into the hunting area of the single-crowned emperor bat. If he showed himself rashly, he would immediately be surrounded and attacked by thousands of bats. With their strength, they would not be able to resist and would be besieged to death. At this moment, they moved. It seemed like they had thought of a way. The three of them, who were covered in mud, each held a talisman in their hands, emitting a weak masculine aura. The bats immediately became agitated, but since they were born with a penchant for yin, they were extremely disgusted by the masculine aura emitted from their bodies, so they did not attack because of that. Su Yu's eyes flickered as he turned into dust and landed on one of them. The other party didn't notice it at all. Instead, he sent a telepathic message to Zhongxian. It seems like the method we're trying this time is pretty good. In fact, they had tried several times, but the result was that they were surrounded by the bats. In the end, he spent 2 days refining some Yang-type talismans that were unique to the Tai Chi sect. As expected, they were effective. Without the attacks of the bats, the three of them walked to the 9-yin grass as if they were walking on flat ground. Haha, Inu, Qin Huai, looks like our luck is not bad. We have successfully found the 9-yin grass that Elder Li Feng failed to find many times. The person speaking was none other than Yang Hua. Among the other two, the only woman was Fairy Inu. Su Yu was secretly surprised. It was them. If that was the case, there would be no psychological pressure to snatch Yang Hua's 9-yin grass. Qin Huai nodded. Pluck it immediately, one for each person. His eyes were burning with passion. With the preciousness of the 9-yin grass, handing it over to the faction would allow them to immediately obtain a fragment of the 9-yin elixir. The reward for this mission was 30,000 merit points. With 10,000 merit points per person, they could exchange it for a fragment of the 9-yin elixir. In just 1 year, they could obtain 2 fragments. This speed of collection was shocking. Let me do it. Yang Hua volunteered. Using a special jade shovel, she carefully shoveled the roots of the 9-yin grass. The 9-yin grass was quite fragile. Once it left the soil, it could not live for more than 3 days. Hence, she had to shovel the soil and roots together. Clink, however, who would have thought that when the jade shovel went down, it was as if it had hit a hard object in a quagmire. Yang Hua tried again, but still could not dig up the 9-yin grass. Could it be a rock under the 9-yin grass? Yang Hua muttered to himself. His soul scanned the area under the 9-yin grass, but there was nothing special. He squatted down and placed his hands on the quagmire, slowly releasing his desolate energy. With the 9-yin grass as the center, the quagmire split into a 10-foot wide crack. This revealed the situation under the 9-yin grass. The scene in front of them caused the hearts of the three of them to skip a beat. Under the quagmire, there was actually a 30 feet tall ancient human standing erect. He was tall and had a ferocious aura. 2 sharp fangs protruded from the sides of his lips, and his body was covered in 3-inch bristles. At this moment, his left hand was raised high, holding 3 9-yin grass. Seeing this scene, the three of them had an ominous feeling. However, seeing that the ancient human was already dead and had no aura, they barely managed to calm themselves down. Take it off and leave immediately, Qin Huai said. He had never heard his master say that there was an ancient human here. Yang Hua nodded and did not hold back anymore. She slashed at the ancient human's arm, planning to take the 9-yin grass along with his arm. Clank, however, just as the sword slashed down, the three of them felt their hearts skip a beat. The ancient human, who had no aura, suddenly opened his blood-red eyes. The blood-red eyes revealed a human-like cruelty and cruelty. The ancient human, who had no aura, suddenly exploded with the terrifying aura of a peak 3-crown emperor. Not good. He's alive. This is the ancient human's trap. Yinyu Fairy instantly understood. Her face turned pale and she quickly retreated. Qin Huai's reaction was also extremely fast, and he quickly flew away. Only Yang Hua was too close. If she retreated, she would expose her back to the ancient human. She could only grit her teeth and advance with all her strength. However, the ancient human's free right hand pulled out a stone rod from his waist and suddenly counterattacked. Not only did Yang Hua's sword not slash down, but it was also repelled by the stone rod. Yang Hua himself suffered from a boundless force, and he tasted blood in his throat. He was extremely shocked. The opponent had used only his body to resist his full force attack. The stone rod's momentum did not decrease, and it smashed toward Yang Hua's head. Yang Hua's heart shrank. He grabbed with his hand, and a nomological chain appeared. He rushed out at the critical moment. Ding, however, the power of the stone rod was still beyond imagination. It could even resist the laws between the real and the fake. The nomological chain was repelled, and the momentum of the stone rod weakened. Before Yang Hua had a chance to escape, the ancient human suddenly opened his mouth and roared. The guttural sound contained an extremely powerful soul attack. Yang Hua's body stiffened, and he could not move. Then, a gigantic fist came crashing down. Yang Hua screamed as he was punched into the ground. His entire body cracked, a sign that he was about to collapse. Coupled with the damage to his soul, Yang Hua's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. The ancient human picked him up and tied him to his belt, as if he was treating him like prey. Then, he grinned and looked at the escaping Qin Huai and Fairy Yin Yu. Dong, 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 he ran with large strides. The ancient human only had a physique, but his running speed was so fast that the space around him trembled. Fairy Yin Yu was the first to be caught. He swung the rod at her, and she could not resist at all. She was knocked out and tied to the ancient human's belt. Qin Huai's soul almost left his body. He used all his skills to escape, even using the sect's instant teleportation talisman. However, he was still no match for the ancient human. After running for several hours, he used up all his talismans and was caught by the ancient human. The ancient human roared, and Qin Huai's soul suffered a strong impact. Then, he could not move, and the ancient human knocked him out and tied him to the belt. Only then did the ancient human happily carry the stone rod and go deeper into the underground world. As for the 3 9-yin grass in the quagmire, he did not even look at them. The ancient human came to a cliff. There were many giant bat skeletons piled up there, like a mountain. However, this was already a dead end. It was the end of the underground world, and there was no way out. The ancient human held the stone rod and smashed it hard at a spot on the cliff. Then, a strange scene appeared. The fluctuation of an ancient formation appeared on the cliff, and a crack that was big enough for one person to pass through appeared. The ancient human went in with ease. It turned out that there was another world within the cliff. What he saw was an ancient forest that was so thick that it was suffocating. The ancient forest was pitch black, and one could not see the end of it. It gave people a deep sense of oppression. At the edge of the forest, there were no less than 10,000 ancient humans active. They had built houses there and kept many beasts as livestock. It was a tribe. Su Yu, who had turned into dust, stared at the scene in surprise. This must be a hidden world in the underground world, right? The tribe of 10,000 ancient humans before him made Su Yu's scalp go numb. There were double crown emperors among the immature ancient humans, and there were triple crown emperors among the mature ancient humans. If so many ancient humans rushed out of the underground world, Su Yu did not dare to imagine the scene. Perhaps the whole 5-star civilization would become their hunting ground. What surprised Su Yu even more was that there was a long, pitch-black river flowing at the edge of the forest. The river was filled with patches of dark red aquatic plants. There were so many of them that it was impossible to count their number. Those were not ordinary things. They were the 9-yin grass, which was hard to find in the outside world. Chapter 1977. Where is this place? Su Yu was secretly surprised. He held his breath, clinging to Yang Hua's shoulder without moving, waiting for a chance to pick the 9-yin grass. When the ancient man returned to the tribe, 7 or 8 other ancient men immediately ran over, speaking in a language that even Su Yu could not understand. He guessed that they were talking about the 3 prey. The few of them returned to a huge, simple wooden house. It was backed by a sinister river, and there was a huge hanging pot in front of the house. There were millions of bat skeletons piled up around the pot. The ancient man was at the top of the food chain in this underground world. The ancient man had intended to hunt for bats, but he had accidentally stumbled upon 3 humans. Hence, he had become his fresh prey. Soon, a fierce-looking ancient man lit a fire and heated up the soup in the hanging pot. At the same time, The ancient man brought Yang Hua and the other two to the stone slab beside the river. He first dragged Qin Huai out and pressed him against the stone slab. Qin Huai was still unconscious, unaware that he was in great danger. The ancient man grabbed Qin Huai's head with his giant hand and pulled forcefully, tearing Qin Huai's head off. Then, he stomped on the ground with both feet, squeezing out all of Qin Huai's internal organs. The way he handled it was like how a human handled a wild rabbit. The intense stimulation finally woke Qin Huai's soul, and he escaped his shell in panic. But his soul was only halfway out when it was discovered by the ancient man. With a loud roar, Qin Huai's soul fainted and was stuffed back into his shell. After he was done, he hung Qin Huai upside down to dry. The pungent smell of blood caused Yang Hua and Fairy Yin Yu to slowly wake up. What entered their eyes was a bloody scene, causing them to shiver from the soles of their feet, and their guts to be torn apart. The ancient man dragged Yang Hua to the stone slab and pressed his giant hand against Yang Hua's head. He was about to use the same trick to tear off Yang Hua's head. Yang Hua was terrified. She had never been so terrified before. A strong will to live erupted in her desperate moment. She roared, "I'll fight you to the death." Her soul left her shell in an instant. Her soul was hugging a bright crystal. The crystal contained extremely pure energy. Suyu could not help but be secretly shocked. That was an extremely rare carnate essence crystal in the Great Beginning realm. Unlike other minerals, it was produced in spiritual lands. The innate origin crystal was only born in the souls of a minority of living beings. It would absorb the soul power of others to grow stronger, and at the same time, it would replenish the magical power of others' bodies, allowing them to have a clear body and extraordinary comprehensive ability. Their cultivation speed would be as fast as lightning, far surpassing their peers. The innate origin crystal in front of him only had 3 colors, so it should be a lower-grade innate origin crystal. However, this was also a great fortune that ordinary people could not be envious of. If nothing unexpected happened, he would at least be able to cultivate to the level of a 4-crown emperor. If his luck was good, he could even become a 5-crown emperor. His potential was limitless. No wonder he was able to train to the late stage of the 3-crown martial emperor in just a few hundred years, Suyu thought. At this moment, Yang Hua roared and used his soul to activate the innate origin crystal. All of a sudden, the entire innate origin crystal started burning, turning into a ball of intense flames that enveloped his soul, turning him into a giant flaming man. The ancient man was caught off guard. With a loud roar, he launched a soul attack. However, his attack was no longer effective, as it was blocked by the weak flames on the surface of the innate origin crystal. Die! Yang Hua roared angrily. His giant flaming body pounced forward, brazenly clashing with the ancient man. The ancient man was ferocious. He picked up the stone rod at his waist and counterattacked. Having ignited the innate origin crystal, Yang Hua's battle power rose by several levels, and he sent the stone rod flying with a single punch. The ancient man's eyes revealed a shred of fear. He agilely retreated, shouting continuously. A few ancient men immediately ran out from the wooden house behind him. They roared fiercely, each holding a stone axe and a stone knife as they charged toward Yang Hua aggressively. Yang Hua chased for a moment. Seeing that the other party had the advantage in numbers, he clenched his teeth and returned to his side. He picked up his body and immediately fled into the depths of the forest. He had been in a state of unconsciousness and had no idea where he had come from. He could not find the exit, so he could only flee into the vast forest. "Senior brother, take me with you." At this moment, Fairy Yin Yu begged for help. She was still tied to the ancient man's waist, unable to break free. Yang Hua hesitated for a moment and said, "Junior sister, please wait for a moment. I will return to the faction to ask for help." By the time he asked for help, Fairy Yin Yu had already been devoured. Yang Hua had given up on helping her. Fairy Yin Yu's pretty face was pale, and her lips were tightly pursed. In fact, her master and Yang Hua's master had already discussed their marriage in secret. Although Fairy Yin Yu did not like Yang Hua, she did not hate him. Thus, she reluctantly agreed. After this mission, their masters would announce it to the public. However, Yang Hua was completely unaware of this. Seeing that Yang Hua did not help her, Fairy Yin Yu was extremely disappointed. Based on Yang Hua's current ruthless behavior, even if he knew that they were about to get married, he would not help her. Fairy Yin Yu's pretty eyes reflected Yang Hua's rapidly departing figure. She closed her eyes in despair. The ancient man also roared. Yang Hua's strength had increased tremendously, and his speed was also extremely fast. They actually could not catch up with him. Seeing that Yang Hua was about to escape into the vast black forest, the ancient man was furious. However, at this moment, an unexpected scene occurred. Invisible space walls suddenly appeared around Yang Hua, one layer after another. Yang Hua had no choice but to slow down and break through the walls first. Seeing this, the ancient man roared excitedly. 5 adult ancient men and 2 underage ancient men chased after Yang Hua in surprise. Yang Hua roared angrily. What was going on? Where did these space walls come from? But he had no choice but to choose another direction. He fought back against the ancient men who were hot on his heels as he fled. Taking advantage of the chaos, a speck of dust suddenly floated onto the riverbank. Su Yu's original body quickly appeared. The moment he appeared, a jade shovel flew out of his palm without hesitation. It spun rapidly in the air and sliced through the river. Many 9-yin grass, along with their roots, were thrown into the air along with the river mud. Su Yu held a space storage artifact in his hand and quickly collected them. In just 3 breaths' time, he had successfully collected more than 100 9-yin grass. Many of the 9-yin grass had matured, and many seeds could be seen with the naked eye. That was enough. After obtaining the 9-yin grass, Su Yu immediately retreated. The direction he was running in was the cliff. Roar. Suddenly, the ancient man who had been injured by Yang Hua did not chase after Yang Hua because he was injured. Instead, he stayed behind to look after the tribe. Suddenly seeing Su Yu, he was stunned for a moment. Then he let out an excited roar, picked up the stone rod, and chased after Su Yu. Su Yu's cold eyes swept back. He was not afraid, the Azura sword in his hand. 7th stroke of the demonic sword technique, bury the heavens. With a swing of the sword, the whole world seemed to be collapsing. Large pieces of heaven and earth came crashing down. This was an environment, but it was extremely real. The ancient man's eyes were filled with fear. He subconsciously used the stone rod to block the falling heaven and earth. But the heaven and earth continued to crumble, piece after piece. Piece after piece was smashed. The ancient man was crushed by a piece of heaven and earth. His whole body was smashed and he fell to the ground. Fairy Yin Yu was shocked. Is this really the sky collapsing? Then, the strange phenomenon of the heaven collapsing suddenly disappeared, and everything returned to its previous calm. The ancient man was still in the position of waving the stone rod. There were no external injuries on his body. However, his eyes were dull, and his breath was gone. It was a sign that his soul had been annihilated. Su Yu put away his sword indifferently. Fairy Yin Yu gasped. The fierce ancient man who knocked the 3 of them out and brought them back had his soul destroyed by a sword. What kind of swordsmanship was that? It was terrifying. When Su Yu was about to leave, Fairy Yin Yu suddenly said, "Wait. Senior, save me." At this moment, Su Yu's face was covered, so she could not see his identity at all. "Senior? I don't think so. I met him not long ago in the Redemption Hall." Su Yu touched his nose, walked over, and cut off Fairy Yin Yu's restraint with his sword. Fairy Yin Yu was very grateful that she had been saved from death. Seeing more and more ancient men who saw this scene, she said, "Let's go." She turned around and ran towards the dark forest. Su Yu said, "Do you know the exit?" Fairy Yin Yu was stunned. "Is it not there?" Su Yu did not speak, but ran towards the cliff. Fairy Yin Yu looked at Yang Hua, who had escaped into the forest, and then looked at Su Yu. Then, she followed Su Yu without hesitation, and ran towards the cliff. "Senior, your voice sounds familiar," Fairy Yin Yu, who had caught up with Su Yu, said as she recalled Su Yu's words. After a while, Fairy Yin Yu's pretty face changed abruptly, and she cried out in surprise, "You are the boss Su who asked about the wine." Su Yu did not try to hide it. Otherwise, People would not have recognized his voice. "It's me." Su Yu wiped his hand, and the cover on his face disappeared. "My God. It's really you. But your swordsmanship." Fairy Inu's voice stopped abruptly, and she did not ask any more questions. It was not a wise idea to ask him about his background. However, the shock in her heart did not disappear for a long time. Apparently, Su Yu's cultivation was only at the late stage of the single crown martial artist. Wait. Fairy Inu suddenly realized that Su Yu was now at the early stage of the double crown martial artist. She was shocked again. The last time she met him at the Redemption Hall, his cultivation was only at the late stage of the single crown martial artist. How could his cultivation increase so rapidly? Even if he consumed 2 9-yin elixirs in a row, it was impossible for him to break through a whole level. Suddenly, she felt that Su Yu was too mysterious. Not only did he appear in a mysterious way, but he also used all kinds of mysterious means. While she was still in shock, they came to the cliff. Su Yu imitated the ancient person, and his arms were covered with dragon scales. Then, he struck the cliff. As expected, the ancient town was touched, and a crack appeared. Fairy Inu was overjoyed. It turned out that the exit was here. Looking back at young Hua, who had disappeared, she wanted to warn him, but she could not do anything. At this time, a group of ancient people had caught up with them. There were more than 10 of them, and they looked fierce and fierce. They were especially angry that Su Yu had killed their companions. They were quite close to each other, and if he ignored them now, they would soon attack him. When Su Yu was about to kill 1 or 2 more of them to intimidate them, suddenly, a whirlwind rushed out of the crack, and went straight for the ancient people who were rushing over. A bloody storm ensued, and all 10 ancient people were turned into blood mists at the same time.